And we are back. And we are here with Ellie J and Kieran Behan. I think I've pronounced that right.
Yeah, you pronounced that right.
Oft. Had a guy in chat earlier who supposedly his name is Owen, and I pronounced it as Eon for the last, I want to say, at least 6 months. So my pronunciation of Irish names is not good. So I apologise for that in advance. So yeah, Kieran has 243 national records and 37 continental records. In the top 5 for the most amount of NRs. 230 podiums in only 49 competitions, which is absolutely mental. European record holder for 5x5, 6x6 and 7x7. He also podiumed at the World Championships in 6x6 and 7x7. And 2-time and reigning European champion for 6x6. So to say you're pretty good at big cubes would be a bit of an understatement.
Maybe, but it's all like I got what I put in. So, like I got out of it the amount of effort I put in. Big cubes is all that I practice it hours. That's probably
fair point. And we also have Ellie J with us. Ellie
Hello.
is the current NR holder for 5x5, 6x6, 7x7, single and average. So he's basically got all of that under his belt. 31 national records with 100 podiums, and is the current UKC champion for 5x5, 6x6, 7x7, and also podiumed in 3x3 and 4x4. So N by N machine.
Thanks.
So we'll start with Kieran. What kind of got you into cubing?
I guess it was back in 2010 now, which is 10 years ago. I first sort of picked up a cube, and just out of pure coincidence, I taught myself how to solve side. So I just sort of figured it out on my own. And then about a year later, I found out that there were tutorials on YouTube, and I just decided to go on to Pogobat's video. It's the same one that Felix learned to solve from, and it took me a couple of weeks to get a grip and to know how it works. From there, I was off pretty much, and then that was 2011. June 2011 was my first solve, and then first competition was in February 12. That was 8 years ago now, just over 8 years ago. And my first competition in the UK was Western Super 12, and I've been pretty much traveling between the UK and Ireland for the past 8 years, just getting.
Yeah, and what about you, Ellie? What kind of got you into cubing?
Well, the first time I really saw someone solving was when I went on a school trip to a temple. There was someone from another school solving, one there. And I've always kind of been interested in maths, so I felt like I should know how to do it. So then I went home, looked up a YouTube tutorial as well, and I think it was maybe about a week until I had it. And I think the first time I thought I'd done a solve was when I just learned F2L, got to the last layer, and there were 2 twisted corners, and I thought there was no way that could happen, so I dismantled it and said that it must be a corner twist. So I don't actually know when my first solve was, because I was counting that as my first solve for a long time. But that was around 2013, I think.
It's quite interesting. So both of you guys have been cubing quite a while. What has kept you guys cubing so long?
Nothing else to do, really, to be honest.
Boredom.
Bored, pretty much, yeah. I think just switching my main events for a while kept me going. Obviously the friends and all, but I think my first main event was actually 2x2. That was the first NR I ever got for Ireland, and then I sort of switched it to Pyraminx 13, and then Pyraminx was really event for about 2 years up until early part of 2015, which is when Big really started to take over. And then what's kept me going for the past 5 years and then is just success after success to get more NRs or more comps, and then eventually once I started breaking ERs, that just kept my motivation really well because I just wanted to keep breaking.
And what about you, Ellie?
As loads of people have already said today, the community was the main thing for the first couple of years, just seeing all of my friends at every competition. And then obviously the progression with as well. I did loads of different events. But then what I did start to really get success when doing big cubes. And then from there, it's literally just been seeing everyone over and over again and trying to get my times down. Yeah, pretty similar.
Yeah. You both seem to have kind of gradually gravitated towards big cubes. Is there something in particular you guys think that kind of big cubes has, I don't want to say has over other events, but like is more kind of unique to them, that kind of makes you want to do that over other events, I would say?
When I first started Big Cubes, it was just how long I took, and it was just a lot more relaxing, really, than like 2 or pairmix, because I get really nervous 2x2 and pairmix because it was just like, I don't know, it was 5 seconds, if even, and it was shaking, a problem. But back then for Big Cubes, when I took, 5-6 minutes for a 7x7 solve, I could literally just sit back, relax, just solve the cube and not have to worry about, if I get nervous, because shaking wasn't really an effect.
Yeah, I mean, I'd started off on Skewb, and for the first couple of years, I was really doing that. So again, it's 3 seconds and pretty much entirely ALGs. So once I'd got fed up of messing up Skewb in competition, I decided to go to the complete opposite event. So I started doing 7x7 more seriously, just long, no real time pressure of that sort, and very few ALGs to learn. So that's pretty much why.
Do you know what I've noticed? I've noticed that every single time I ask that sort of question to someone, I'm giving reasons why I'm almost convinced that I should now start doing that event. So I think coming out of this, I'm going to be doing every single event.
I haven't signed up at all.
So I think we'll kind of get some questions from chat and kind of see what chat is asking. So we've got a question from Naglis for Ellie. Your progression tips for 7x7, mainly tips for sub 330 and sub 3 using Redux.
I mean, I've recently switched from Redux to Yao, but most of my progression was with Redux. I'd say basically just try and make sure centers are pretty much half the solve. Work on looking ahead and maintaining turning throughout centers and keeping that going into edges. The transition can really be a sticking point for improvement. And then just making sure your 3x3 stage is quite like as consistent as possible. So maybe learn some big Q PLLs to make sure you don't mess that up often. But there's nothing really specific, just solve, but think while you're solving.
And a quick question for you guys both, also from Naglis. Do you guys use SFS of cycles for last 4 edges? I don't actually know what that means, but maybe you guys...
Slice with life, I think is what that stands for. So just slice the way, flip it. So is that asking specifically for last 4 edges?
It was asking specific for last 4 edges, but you can expand on that for general
I mean, for last 4 edges, I use a combination of 3 things really, which is slice, flip, slice, U2, M prime, U2, and then cycles as well. So a combination of those three things, I think. And then obviously for the last two, but for the last four edges, it would be those three. Well, slice, flip, slice would definitely prominent in that.
Would you do you do a similar thing, Ellie, as well, or do you do it a bit different?
Pretty much identical.
Okay.
I found with Redux, I did the last four centers on M, and I now do them on E using Yao. But with Redux, it's kind of a bit harder to go between the two if you're doing it on M. That's what I found when I was doing that. But now, yeah, I use them all pretty much evenly.
Cool. Then we've got a question from Kewbz for Kieran. Do you think of yourself as an all-rounder?
Sort of, like in a couple ways, yeah. I can definitely think of, I have done every event in the WCA. I haven't got a 5-blind success, but I have attempted it in competition and have gotten successes at home. But if I can just, maybe I'll give a quick flex, but like even for something as out there as Square One, I think I've made it to the top 20 in the world. Or for example, in Pyramids, I made it to 11th in the world at one stage. And I think I have at one stage or another practiced pretty much every event somewhat seriously. I obviously have my main events of 3 through 7. That's been the standard one that I've always practiced. But throughout the years, I have had a couple odd ones that you wouldn't expect me, like Megaminx or OH or Pyraminx or Square One or 2x2. All at one stage was one of my main events. So right now, I wouldn't consider myself an all-rounder. I would just consider myself an N-by-N-er. But throughout my Cuban career, I have definitely done most events.
Kind of question for you both. From Baguette. How do I get better at 3-2-3 on 4x4? Don't know, do we want to start with Ellie?
Generally just looking ahead, maybe flexibility with whether you slice left or right, or you prime to start with. But I mean, it's just look ahead, really. That's all I can say.
Cool. Similar sort of thing from yourself, Kieran, yeah?
Yeah, I can't expand on what Ellie just said there. Slice it and then just 3-2-3. It's pretty, like not every solution is going to be the exact same. It doesn't always have to. But I can't really. Ellie said.
It's probably.
I guess maybe learning how to insert the edges on the left or right for the front to reduce rotations. But yeah.
It's probably a good point to kind of raise the highly debated topic about the kind of the viability of the three kind of main methods of Yao, Hoya, and Redux, and kind of what are your guys' thoughts on the three and how viable they actually how viable all three are.
I'll let Ellie start with this one because he's the one who's just so he's contemplated this question.
Yeah, I have quite a lot. I mean, for improvement, I would say Yao is slightly more straightforward in terms that you've got more steps to work on. So if you can like look at the splits of your solve and see that the cross edges are taking too long, then work on like look ahead or smoothness through there. But for Redux, if you can get just a generally fluid solve with look ahead, then you can really improve quickly. I guess at the top level, it's been shown that both can get incredible times. So I'm not sure that's a huge question at the moment. Apart from Hoya, Hoya's not quite there yet, I think. But I mean, also like Timon Kolesinski recently went from like not having a big cube result in the top 1,000 to being like 10th or 15th in the world for 5 through 7 using Yao in like a week. So it kind of shows how fast improvement can be with Yao.
Definitely an interesting kind of discussion. What about you, Kieran? Because you've used Yao basically from the start, I gather. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, not really. I think you're in the wrong there.
That's totally okay.
I used Redux for 5 through 7 for at least the first 6 years I was competing.
Oh, okay.
I switched on 4x4 back in 2013, but that's when most people switch. I didn't switch on 5x5 till mid 2017, so just before Worlds in Paris. That's when I switched on 5x5. But I didn't switch on 6x6 and 7x7 at the same time. I switched on 6x6 in April of 2018, and then I switched on 7x7 September of 2018. So I didn't switch to Yao on all of them all at the same time. I sort of worked my way up, switching 5 first, then 6, and then 7. So it was just like, it took a while for my times to get the exact same as they were on Redux, but once I got my times fairly equal, I thought Yao was better. I thought I had more room for improvement with Yao than I did for Redux, because I sort of hit a wall with Redux for a little while, so that's why I decided to work with Yao.
Nice. I've got a question from Looney Kewbz for Kieran. What is your favourite Irish comp ever? And just to add to that, we'll also put in favourite comp ever.
Alright, okay, so I have 2 separate questions. Favourite Irish is one that I don't think anybody listening would have been to, which is Irish Open 2012. That was my first ever competition, and it was in Galway in February of 2012. And I think it was just the fact that it was my first competition, and it was my first competing. Like, I was just a 12-year-old kid at the time, and it was just it was a really, really cool experience. So I'd say Irish Open 2012 is my favorite Irish competition. As for favorite overall competition, I can't really. I feel like I would be lying if I said it wasn't Worlds 2019 in Melbourne, just because of the whole experience of going to Australia to compete and then doing really well and getting to meet like so many cool people on that one trip. Yeah, I would say that was probably my favorite. And then Worlds in Paris, or any of the majors really, aren't too far behind Worlds. But I'd say Worlds was probably my favorite competition ever.
What about you, Ellie? What would you say your favorite competition was?
I'm not sure. I went to Worlds 2017, but I was probably a bit too young to totally appreciate it. I didn't really speak to many people outside of the UK there. I'd say maybe Nordic Championships 2019. I had a really good time there. I spoke to a lot more European cubers, and it was overall a very fun weekend. So yeah, probably Nordic Champs or UKC this past year.
What other questions have we got in chat? We've got a question from Owen for Kieran, asking about establishing the Irish speedcubing community.
Well, it's sort of already established. It's just about ramping things up at the moment. We have competitions and we have a sort of core group of people who cube in it. Just so the community is established. It's just about getting more organizers and organizing more competition, just getting more competitors and sort of building it up. But I'd say the community is already established.
Got a question from Sean Moran. Do you think Rue on Big Cubes will ever become viable? For example, with development into Mayer, whatever you pronounce it, or other methods? That's kind of for you both.
I'll let Ellie start with this one.
I think viable possibly, but I don't think it will ever really be as good as using CFOT. I've done a bit of practice with Maya to just see what it's like, and I think the restrictions with just being able to use the middle layers is just not as good as using outer layer turns to solve the 3x3 stage. So obviously you can become faster with it because it only affects the last like 5-10% of the solve if it's like 7x7, but I just don't think it will ever really be as good as using Yao or Redux and CFOT.
What about you, Kieran? Would you kind of say a similar sort of thing, or?
I haven't really researched or experimented with Meyer. I do know how to solve Rue, but I have given zero thought into actually using it for big cubes.
Yeah.
My mind is now set on I don't think my mind is gonna from that for a very long time unless something really good comes along.
Do you know who the fastest person at the moment is with Maya?
Probably Sean. Probably the only person who uses it, but probably.
Maybe someone in chat might be able to answer that.
Yeah.
A question from Naglis about center efficiency and any tips you guys have for being more efficient with centers.
Well,
I think always end with an outer bar if you're doing bars, because you can always use. I'm talking only really for 7x7 because that's when it's probably most useful, and then you can use the inner M slice to pair up one of the outer, the inner wing centers with the innermost center, and then use the corner centers to put in a bar -1 piece. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Similar sort of thing from you, Kieran, as well, yeah.
For center efficiency, I don't personally do what Ellie suggested. I will sometimes do the outer bar first.
Ellie, you are wrong.
Well,
I'm not saying he's wrong, but
not fast, so I don't think I'm in the wrong.
I would say I always do the center bar first, like on an odd layer cube. So like on 5x5 or 7x7, I would always do the center bar first, but then from there I wouldn't necessarily do the outermost bar. It would just get good at slice moves. That's all I would say. Because like,
wait, are you talking generally for centers or for last two centers?
I'm talking generally.
Okay, I was talking about just the last two.
Oh, just the last two?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I would still do the same. I wouldn't necessarily the innermost bar or the outermost bar. I would just do whatever looks best. But I would mostly try to solve the centermost bar first, and then from there just do anything really. Just get good at slicing and comps. And there's some really useful algs for last two centers. I think Rob Yao has posted some sort of Google Docs. I'm sure I could try and find it again, but there are a couple of algs that you could use that save yourself a few seconds. That might be worth learning.
I've got a question from Baguette. How many end-by-end solves do you think you guys have done in your lifetime?
I have no idea. End by end, does that include 3x3?
I would assume so. I would assume that would go from 2 to 7.
Oh, and up.
Probably a million. Maybe. I would say a million.
That's a big number.
Yeah, I have no idea how to estimate. I've done quite a lot of 3x3, so that would make up probably like 80% of the solves. I don't know.
It's a very interesting question, Baguette, because I don't think you guys keep track of that.
No.
Or I assume you don't.
For me personally, I know loads of people keep big sessions of like thousands of solves. Usually I would do 50 to 100 solves at most, like at the very most, before deleting a session, and then just start over again.
Well, that's quite interesting. I'm one of those guys that has like a session with, well, my 3x3 session has every single solve I've ever done. Yeah.
I'm somewhere in between. I do yearly sessions and then export to some server with the year in it, so I can track improvement.
Well, that's
So
interesting.
I've got 5k solves in my 3x3 session currently. But yeah,
Is that since January?
yeah, been doing quite a lot.
That is mental. But then again, I did nearly 2,000 clock solves this week, so maybe I'm not the best judge of doing a lot of solves. Got a question from Sloth Queuing. How much would you say spamming TPS helps for 6x6 and 7x7?
A lot. It helps a lot. Depends on what your TPS is, but you just need to find the right balance between spamming TPS, especially during centers. Try and spam TPS as much during centers, but also just trying to find the right balance of being efficient as well, and just not being stupid at what you do. Because if you go too fast, it's got stupid decisions. But try and spam TPS if possible.
And don't spam TPS if the cube can't keep up. I've popped far too many times from trying to turn too fast on official solves. So yeah.
So it's probably a good point to move on to. What do you guys think about the kind of future of hardware? Do you see kind of big cubes getting to the same sort of stage that we've got with 3x3? Or would you kind of say that there's a kind of a peak, shall we say?
I would be very disappointed if big cube hardware doesn't improve to the point where popping becomes very irregular. So like at the moment, my big cube hardware, it does pop a lot, even if I tighten it. Especially like the outer centers. Edges don't really pop too much, but the outer centers can be quite bad. I would be very disappointed if hardware doesn't improve further. It's improved a lot. So like the other day, I took out my VCube 6 and 7 just to try it, and it was like a different. It didn't even feel like a 6x6 of today, basically because it isn't. So hardware has improved.
Yeah.
So much in the last 10 years, and I can only imagine in the next 10 years, like this, what's going to be my main 6x6 in 10 years' time. I don't think it's got to be the Shadow or the MGC.
No.
I'd be very disappointed if it was.
I'd hope it's not. don't think they're nearly good enough.
Well, they're good, but I think there's definitely room for improvement.
Yeah.
And kind of to expand from that, what would you guys say you think's the hard peak for what people would be globaling in kind of each big cube? We'll include 4x4 as a big cube for this section. So like the fastest you could see someone globaling. And as a bit more context, we're talking about hardware being not affecting times. So hardware being as good as it could be.
Ellie?
I haven't really thought a whole lot about this, but
Don't worry, I'm
guess, like-
springing questions on you guys.
yeah, like maybe 17.8 or something for 4x4, and then 35 105 for 6x6, and then maybe 135 for 7x7. I don't know if that's ridiculous or not.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean... Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, we're talking about kind of hypotheticals here, so I don't think anyone's going to be mad at you if in 10 years people are globaling sub 1 on 6x6 and they're like, do you know that LAJ from 10 years ago? He said that we couldn't do this, but we did it.
Well, now that you bring that up, have you guys seen... I think it was a speed solving forums thread back in like 2012 or something, or 2015 I think it was, of predicting the world records in 2020, and it was just like way off. Like people were super conservative about their estimates about what it actually ended up being. I presume something similar might happen in the next 10 years.
So if
I remember you said you'd like to have a sub 120 on 6x6, and you got 119.8, like in
No, so I remember this. It was 2015, and
oh, was that okay?
it was in the speed solving forums, and it was like a world records prediction 2020, I think. And someone posted they thought it would be 120, and I replied to that saying, aiming high. Hopefully, I will be the one to fulfill that promise. And then, like at UKC last year, I got a 120, which was really funny. And then I just managed to get sub 120 before the end of the year as well. So that's pretty funny. But the world record is 109. So
what would you say, Kieran, about the kind of the hard cap for globals? So we aren't just talking, pardon me, 10 years from now, just a general...
We're talking about the hard globals, like it can't get any better than this.
Yeah, that's what...
I would say 6x6 would peak. Oh.
It's a difficult question.
A minute global, maybe sub 1 minute global is possible. Like maybe, like I'm thinking 50 years from now, like that. Are we gonna have a 109 world record single? No, but I think maybe 1 minute might be the hard barrier there. Just because if you think about splits for 6x6, and say the world record is still on Redux, then you would need like, for a sub 1, you need like 25-second centers, 25-second edges, and then like sub 10 3x3 stage, and you gotta factor parity into that as well.
Yeah, so triple parity in a sub 10 3x3 stage sounds hard.
Well, triple parity avoidance technically, so I'd say double parity at most.
Yeah, true.
But, I think when I think about these hard splits or these hard limits, I just can't help but think about what splits you would need to achieve those hard limits.
Yeah.
So if we just take, for example, 7x7, if the hard limit like that anyone will ever achieve is a 1 minute 30-second global, then you're talking about like 40-second centers. and then another 40-second edges, and then 10 seconds for 3x3, which is crazy.
Takes me like
I'm not
40
saying
seconds to do one center.
But it's
Do you
definitely
reckon?
possible, but it's just like it's hard to imagine. Sorry, Ellie.
Do you reckon people will still be using the current methods in 50 years?
No. No, I do not. I don't even know if will be the method in 50 years. But I would be really interested in seeing how fast a robot could do it. 50. Like, how fast could a robot do a 7x7? Like 30 seconds? That would be really cool.
That'd be mental.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if like what the current software's like for optimally solving a 7x7.
Do you know, without a doubt, I would be picking up one of those robots, even just for 7x7 scrambling.
Well, I can do a 7x7 scramble in about 30 seconds. Because I usually follow the scrambles at home. So I don't have scramblers at all. So like all the 7x7 practice I do from computer generated scrambles. So over time I've just gotten better at scrambling. I can do a 7x7 in about 30 to 35 seconds, I reckon. I don't really talk, but...
Yeah. We've got a question from Looney Kewbz. For Kieran, how would you go about growing the Irish speedkeeping community? I think that's clarification on his question earlier.
Yeah. Well, you have to take into account that it's not going to be a one-man job. I'm not going to be able to just click my fingers and all of a sudden there's 1,000 Kewbers from Ireland. Obviously myself and Mary and another group of number of people behind the scenes are working as hard as we can to get as many competitions out. But the only real way to grow it would be to organise more competition. And to organise more competition, you need more organisers to organise those competitions. And those organisers that usually start out by going to a competition that you organise. So best I can do is organise maybe 2 or 3 comps a year and then do whatever I can to help anybody else who wants to organise a competition to organise it. And then it's not going to be an overnight sort of thing, like it's going to take a number of years before we get a couple of thousand competitors, or it's going to take a number of years before we get to anywhere near what the UK has. It can't even get near. But it's going to take a lot of dedication, a lot of people, but organising more competition is the best way to do it.
How about with media appearances and things? I know you went on Ireland's Got Talent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've done a decent amount of media appearances in the past year to sort of raise awareness about Cuba. There was Ireland's Got Talent, and there was morning shows and radio shows all over the country that people have gone on. And word is getting about, and we've been in loads of newspapers and you name it. But media has got a role to play as well, I would say. I think organising competitions would take preference in growing the community more so than going on TV and showing people.
Got a question here from Callum. Would you say COLL or OLLCP is worth it for big cubes?
Yeah. I think depends on how far you decide to go with it. There are definitely certain cases on the last layer where COLL works or OLLCP works, and I use a couple of them myself. I wouldn't say for every case it's the optimal, but it's just you got to use your own judgment. It depends on the case, really.
Same sort of thing from you, Ellie, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know a huge number of ALGs, so I don't really know a lot about that area.
Cool. Question directed to you both from Ollie. What do you think has been the most revolutionary slash impactful cube release in the past year? And this is for any event.
In the past 1 year?
Yeah.
It's not a big time frame, but
We
I
could
don't know, maybe Ellie, if you want to take this one.
we could expand it to the last 5 years. That.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like specifically for. I think for 3x3, and like the market's gotten so convoluted now with so many different products that you could really pick out a number of them and say that this was really impactful. For 6x6, one that sticks out for me would be the Yushin Red, because that's when we sort of switched from Shengshao, which is like early decade technology or cubing hardware, and that's when we started to get into more modern hardware for big cubes. And then the Wuji for 7x7 was also a big step up in 7x7 hardware, although it still pop a lot, but it was a big step up. And for 5x5, I don't know, the bulk made a big difference, even though it was only like a year ago now, I think. And the bulk did make a big difference. I'm not sure for 4x4, maybe the Wu Chui, although that was a while ago. But yeah, the Wu Chui, I still use the Wu Chui now. I'm one of the very few people who still actually uses the Wu Chui.
Oh, I'm another person that does. Yeah.
Oh, Ellie, you do as
Good
well.
cube. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Although-
just never changed from it. I just didn't know what to go to. Like, I got a Valk 4, and I still preferred the Wu Chui. And I haven't gotten any of the new Moyu 4x4, so I've just stuck with the Wu Chui. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with pretty much all of that. I think the haze bringing down the size of the 7x7 made it so more people could get into it, because, I mean, with a larger cube, your hands are obviously going to tire slightly more quickly. And I think it was quite and also it coming factory magnetized meant that people really started to look at it as a good cube as opposed to one that you get and then have to work on for a long time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The haze definitely didn't advance 7x7 times. Like, that was the first cube that was used to get sub 2 single. It was the first cube used to get a sub 150 single as well, and a sub 2 mean. So the Haze 7, yeah, I would agree with that. Was probably maybe even more influential than the Wuji.
Got a question from Baguette. How big do you think just cubing itself is going to get in the coming decades?
I'm not really sure. I mean, if you look at the exponential growth, it's getting, I think, 25,000 new competitors a year. This year, obviously, with the big gap, will be a little bit different. But like, I think 10 years, we could have maybe 1 million competitors around the world who have ever done it. Not 1 million active competitors, but maybe 1 million competitors in total. And in terms of like as far as it will ever get, I think if cubing wants to get much further than the rate it's going now, it's going to need to become a little bit more spectator friendly. So something like maybe what the Red Bull was trying to do with it, that might help it expand and get a little bit more attention. But I think if it wants to start growing at a much bigger rate, then I think it's going to have spectator friendly.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. I mean, the commercialized aspect of cubing, it being able to be advertised on a larger scale, is, I think, what's really going to turn the corner from it still being a bit of a background hobby, as in it's not on major news things or anything, to really being in the forefront as it was in the 80s. But yeah, I think the WCA is obviously going to keep growing, and hopefully it continues long into the future.
just to expand on what you both have said, what would you say would be a way to make kind of cubing more spectator friendly? Let's say you were in control of that. What would you kind of implement to do that?
If I was to try and look at the bigger picture in terms of trying to get it to maybe just don't know it exists at all, I'm trying to get it on TV, or just trying to get bigger and bigger competitions, bigger world championships, just to try and get it to people who just don't know about it. That's pretty much the best way to exponentially grow it.
Yeah, because it's an interesting kind of idea, because you can, I don't want to say ignore it, but you can, so to speak, like not know exists even if it's there. But with something like, if we go and kind of compare sizes of, like, I don't know, world championships between maybe 10 years ago to kind of now, significantly bigger. So it kind of will reach this age that, let's say world championships is in London, you're going to be hard pressed to be close to that and not know what's going on. So at least from my perspective, kind of bigger competitions would definitely have that sort of effect. What about you?
I think you definitely need to use bigger competition as a sort of slingshot or something. I don't think Dublin Open 2017 going to get the whole country of Ireland behind cubing. I think it would take some. Say if the World Championships was in Dublin, then that would obviously have a much bigger impact.
Yeah.
But I think just bringing cubing to more places like it has been doing. So like I would say, I haven't got conclusive evidence for this, but I'd say cubing was definitely probably in the back of a lot of people's minds. Didn't know about it in Melbourne because they decided to hold it in Melbourne, or maybe the same for Sao Paulo, Vegas, or whatever it is. But I think just trying to expand it and trying to hold it in as places as possible would be a good way to.
Yeah, and what about you, Ellie? What would you say?
Well, I think the Red Bull event, as much as there were flaws with it, did a hell of a lot for getting cubing out there. Like on Reddit, the day after, the clip of the Vias competing and being 0.001 apart was plastered all over there. And obviously people hadn't seen that before, but they could understand that they were solving it fast, and they could understand that one just beat the other. So I think when people start to be able to empathize with the event that's happening without having an understanding of like how to solve a cube, it's going to really grow. I also know that when the bids for the 2024 Olympics were happening, there was some talk of there being an Olympic cubing event in Budapest because Budapest was bidding. So if that would have happened, then it would have kind of been this alongside the Olympics thing, which, like, bringing it to all of those people who are interested in those other sports and things, that could have done a lot for the community. But they didn't win, so nothing's happening with that.
Yeah, it's
But
definitely
something like that.
I did not know about that.
Neither did I, actually.
I think it wasn't a very big. I remember seeing it on the Rubik's official Google Plus page in 2016 or so, when Google Plus existed. So yeah, it didn't get very far, the idea.
I've got another question from Baguette for you guys both. Do you think in the future the top guys will ever be able to earn a living or earn a good income from cubing? And he's referenced that some chess grandmasters are earning around 100k per year.
I think it's definitely getting bigger, and it's more viable now to make a career out of cubing than it was 10 years ago. And I do know some people are making a considerable amount from just speed cubing or going to events, but I'm not too sure if it's a living. But maybe in the coming years, in the next 5 or 10 years, once sponsorship deals get bigger and so on and so forth, I do think it will be possible to make a living out of cubing.
Yeah, I think with content creation as well, that's always going to be there with cubing. So if the community grows, then the chances there will also grow with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've got time for kind of 1 or 2 more questions. So if anyone's got any kind of quick questions that they want to ask. I did see a question from a while ago that I didn't actually catch, which was, do you guys practice any kind of bigger cubes, so 8x8 and plus?
I have an 8x8, but I don't practice it at all. When I was at a competition last month, or actually the beginning of this month, there was a guy there who had the MF8 and MF9, and I done a couple solves in it, and it was pretty fun. But overall, besides the fact that it's fun, I think if I were to seriously practice those events, it would sort of just detract from the time I would practice 5x5 and 7x7, which for me. And so it's definitely fun, but for me it's only going to be something that I do, once every so often. Like I'm not going to practice seriously. So.
Yeah, I don't own anything bigger than a 7x7, so I haven't done any of that.
And I think the last question we've got is from Naglis, and he's asking about sub 1 on 5x5. I think he's asking about splits using Redux. Yeah.
Trying to remember my splits. I think it was 25 centers, 25 edges, and sub 10 3x3. I think that's what my splits. Or no, I think that's actually a lie. I think it was more like 20-second center, 30-second edges, and sub 10 3x3. Roughly. Give or take it 1 or 2 seconds.
Would you say something similar, Ellie?
Yeah, pretty much. 20-second centers rings a bell for that. And then I think getting to 3x3 stage at 48 to 50 was what I was trying to do. Because my transition there was not good. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say a big thank you to you both for coming on. Guys, make sure to do !EL and !CB for links to both of their YouTube channels. Put out lots of great content, so make sure to give them both a sub. So thank you guys again for coming on and sharing your knowledge with everyone.
Thank you for having me, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I will see you guys hopefully at a future competition.
Fingers crossed.
Of course.
Bye. So next up we have Megamix with Katie Davies after a short wee break. So see you guys in a few. So we are back, and we are here with Katie Davies.
Hello.
Katie is currently NR2 for Megaminx Average and NR3 for Single. She's got 14 podiums in only 30 competitions and is top 25 NR in 15 different categories. So although she's really good at Megaminx, she's also really good in other events as well. So Katie, what got you into cubing?
So like I picked up a cube in around 2013. Like I seen loads of videos on YouTube and whatnot, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I want to learn how to do that. So like I went, and it took me like a fair few weeks to learn how to solve it because I didn't actually typically have a cube lying about. I had to like ask for like my dad to buy me one, and I kind of learnt it over a span of about 3 or 4 weeks, and then I was planning to like get into speed cubing at that point in around 2013, like late 2013, and then just ended up like I was around 10 at the time, so I still had like a really short attention span. So like I just quickly moved off of it, put it away, and I was just like, yeah, whatever. And then late 2016, we had a new person start at our school, and he brought like a Rubik's Cube in, and I was like, oh, I still remember how to solve this. And like I tried to solve it and I did, so I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. And then I like went home, started learning like more algs, and then just kind of tumbled down the whole like rabbit hole of cubing.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have done that. It's like, oh, I'll just do a few solves. Oh, there's this cool thing I can learn, and then before you know it, they're averaging like, I don't know, like mental.
Yeah.
So what do you think's kind of kept you down this rabbit hole, so to speak, and kind of kept you cubing for as long as you have?
Probably the competitions, in all honesty. So like obviously you see your friends at competitions, just breaking PBs, and I think the whole thing, especially now, it's come down to, at this point, it's just practicing Megaminx, going to see friends. Like the whole thing has completely changed, whereas the first few competitions was just, I want to get good times. Well, not good times, but I want to break my PBs.
Yeah.
Like, because I didn't really speak to anyone for like 3-ish competitions. It was only my 3rd competition where I actually started to speak to people. So once I did, like, I was okay, but the first few competitions I was very like shy.
Yeah, because I'm thinking just kind of in the last sort of kind of year, you've had a lot of kind of competitions where you've not had the results that you've kind of wanted. Have you thought that maybe if it wasn't for the community that you might not even kind of still be cubing now?
I'd still probably be cubing. I think the reason why, I mean, Megaminx, I've obviously had like a fair few fails in competition before now, but I think the reason why I've not done as well in other events over the past year is because I've like really been practicing Megaminx, and I've not had as much time to be able to spend like practicing them other events.
Fair. Mind blank number 7. I've been getting so many mind blanks today, and I've just had another one.
Happens to us all.
Yeah, but it's happened far too many times today. What's your kind of thoughts about Megaminx hardware and kind of where it's where it's heading, do you think we've hit the peak, or do you think?
I don't think we've hit the peak in the slightest. So like the main Megaminxes right now are the GAN Megaminx and the Galaxy LM Megaminx. I also think the V2 is still fairly relevant, although I don't really think it's any good in comparison to like the GAN and the LM. I think there's still a long way to go with it because there's not as much personal preference with Megaminx. It's like there's 2 or 3 options and then the rest are just kind of like not as good.
So how good would you kind of say that you think it could get to? Are we talking kind of 3x3 levels, or?
I don't think it would get to 3x3 levels. Obviously it's like quite a big and clunky puzzle, so like I don't think it would get to that point. But I mean, I can see it in the future getting to a point where there are a lot of Megaminxes to choose from rather than you have 2 or 3 choices.
Yeah. And kind of just to go from that, and also Rubik's has asked a kind of similar sort of question. Given no hardware restrictions, what do you think the limit of Megaminx times would be? So given hardware has no impact on times because hardware is the best that it could be, what could people feasibly global? I have no idea. So
I want to say like the single, as far as like world records and whatnot, I feel like that could get down definitely to low 20s. As far as average goes, I want to say maybe, I don't really know what the peak of it would be. I kind of want to say like maybe sub 30. I mean, I'm pretty sure like Juan Pablo is close, if not averaging that right now anyway. So I don't know as far as like that goes.
Yeah. Honestly, I have no idea. And we've got a few questions about kind of Mega last layer. How important do you think PLL is?
I knew that question was going to get asked.
And maybe as an extension, other subsets. Yeah.
So Megaminx PLL, obvious, like quite a lot of people know that I don't really have a good Megaminx PLL knowledge. It's took me a while. I only know around 60 and I haven't really bothered learning as many recently. That will probably change now with the current situation. I think PLL is important, but like it's a big ALG set. I think when I do learn it, it will be worth it, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know how much of an impact it will have on like times in general, but I do feel like the last layer, it will be a lot shorter.
Because you've got to kind of take into account recognition time as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, as well as the actual ALG count itself, the time that it takes to kind of get used to that and be able to recognise.
Recognition is a very, very big part in Megaminx PLL, and I feel it probably has a lot more impact than people think.
So as an extension, would you think that full OLL would ever be viable?
I think it would be viable in the future. I don't know who currently knows it right now. I think Juan Pablo does, and I do think someone is making a document. I think it was James who's currently working on a OLL document. I feel like it will be viable at some point.
So as a double extension then, because honestly I wasn't expecting that as a response, would you expect people to start to do last slot stuff, whether that be influencing edge orientation or?
I mean, I think people do that now regularly just to try and help like the OLL part of their solve.
Yeah.
I know I do it sometimes. So like, I don't know, like.
So maybe I can kind of better explain what I mean. Like I get there would be people that might do it. They might, I don't know, sledge because they can see that would skip EO. I mean more of a sort of, I don't know, doing it every time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So every time they get to last slot, skipping EO or something along those lines. Would you kind of see that as?
I could see that as possibly happening in the future.
Got a question here from Stephen. As you've gotten faster, have you used more freestyle / block building solutions?
Probably so. I mean, I've not. I should probably explore it a lot more than I have, but if we're talking about like S2L and whatnot, I've like been doing a lot more to try and help like be more efficient and whatnot.
So as an extension from that, I'm assuming you do F2L not in a specific order, but S2L, do you follow a certain order or is it kind of more free?
So yeah, I do follow an order for S2L. It's not something I did until I averaged about 130. Someone was like to me one day, I think it was Callum actually, and was like, you should use a fixed F2L order. So I was like, S2L order, sorry. And I was like, alright, I'm going to do that. And then I did that and it made my solves a lot better.
Yeah. So do you feel like a restricted order to help with look ahead is more, I don't want to say optimal, but I guess optimal, over a kind of more, I'll do what I see rather than I'll go for specifics?
I mean, I don't know too much because like I used a fixed F2L order and I know S2L, I keep saying F2L, I mean S2L, and many other people, like faster people, do use fixed S2L, but I also know of people who completely like freestyle S2L and don't use it and don't use like a specific order, who are also fast. Like I believe Juan Pablo is S2L color neutral in the like essence that he start, like when he gets to S2L he just does whatever rather than a specific color.
We've got a question here from Ben Stokes. How do you reduce pauses in F2L and S2L?
I have just tried to improve look ahead over time. I think it's the way I have tried to just reduce pauses is just doing more solves to the point where I've not really done anything like specific to try and reduce pauses. I've just done mainly solves.
Would you say that kind of practice of different sort of events, so maybe, I don't know, bigger cubes would help with kind of that sort of look ahead, or have you kind of just focused on Mega as its kind of own entity?
I definitely have focused on Mega as if it's its own, rather than practiced other events to actually like get better at it. Like I do practice big cubes, especially now. I've been practicing them quite a lot, but I don't feel like they have any sort of impact on my Mega Minx times.
Got an interesting question from Naglis. Kind of, what's your thoughts about colour neutrality for Mega?
So I know Rob Yao. I know he's colour neutral. I don't think a lot of people are, or if they are, like, I haven't seen anyone specifically as fast as Rob being colour neutral. I think it would just be a lot more viable to be colour neutral when you get to the S2L part of your solve, rather than all out. I personally am not colour neutral on 3x3, I'm not colour neutral on Megaminx, so I don't know how the impact would be.
Yeah. We've got a question from Kewbz. Do you practice any other events?
So now, due to like the whole lockdown situation, I've been practicing 3, 4, 5 and a bit of 7 because my 6 is garbage, and Megaminx. Usually, if like in a normal week, or like if I have school and whatnot, I'll usually just be practicing 3x3 and Megaminx, and then maybe a bit of like big cubes here and there, but not very much. It's mainly just been like I haven't had as much time to cube with school going on and whatnot, so I just try and make sure that Megaminx 3x3 I do practice a lot, so I'm like at my usual speed.
Yeah. We've got a question from Sean. Do you think any other layered minxes will be added? So that's Kilominx, Gigaminx, etc.
I think Kilominx would have a good chance at getting added. I don't think anything above Megaminx would possibly get added. I know there have been a lot of talks about Kilominx and how it should be added to the WCA, and I'd be all for that, but I don't think anything other than Megaminx would probably be viable from an organiser's point of view.
Yeah, because if we're thinking about a more general, although there's a lot of fast Megaminxers, from a kind of competition viewpoint, there's a lot of people that kind of are around about time limit. So, for what kind of, if we're talking about Gigaminx, what are we putting in as kind of time limits? Is Gigaminx gonna take as long as 7x7, or what? I don't know. I'm just asking as a general.
So personally, I don't know. Like, I know there have been a few people who have practiced dodecahedrons that are bigger than Megaminx, but personally I don't know like what is like good times or what times they get, so like I wouldn't know the answer to this question because I've not actually solved anything above like just a regular Megaminx or like a Gigaminx and whatnot.
Yeah, because I don't know, are we talking that maybe if anyone in chat knows, are we talking about Gigaminx being stack matable for enough people, or is that like kind of 4 blind 5 blind where it's done as kind of stopwatched? And if it is, then that makes it a lot less viable to be in a lot of competitions. Gigaminx UWR 7 minutes. Well, I think that answers our question, because I wouldn't see, if the UWR is 7 minutes, unless there's big jumps in hardware, I don't see us being able to do that stack matable for the vast majority. Yeah,
I could definitely see that as well. So I think, obviously by the sounds of that, it's going to take longer than 7x7, and
yeah,
I can't see well, I could see if like a lot of people getting sub like the stack mat time limit, but at the same time I think cutoff would probably be above the stack mat like 10-minute time limit.
And then that what comes with that as well. And so from our discussion so far, I wouldn't see us having that as a potential WCA event.
Yeah, neither could I.
But to be honest, I hadn't even thought about it at all. So it's quite interesting that that's actually come up. We've got a question from Jaden. Casey, how do I get sub 50? I'm stuck on the line there, but I for some reason can't seem to push over. Is there any all-round tips other than practice you'd give?
I mean, I know sub 50, getting from around the low 50s to sub 50 took a ridiculous amount of time. I didn't really do anything specific during the time, other than like practice. I think it's one of them things you've really just got to keep at it until you actually get it. Like, it took me a ridiculously long time. Like, I was averaging around low 50s, maybe in like January, February, Marchish last year, and I didn't actually get like sub 50 global till about August. Obviously everyone's improvement rates are different, so I'm not going to say it's going to take you like 5 or 6 months or whatever, but it's just something that you've got to keep at.
Yeah.
Maybe just make sure that you know some like basic PLLs.
Got a question from Baguette. How much have you been cubing thus far this lockdown, as a measure of time or solves?
Too much. Way too much. So like, I thought I was going to have exams this year, so I was like fully prepared to just kind of put down cubing for a while and just do the odd event here and there, and then it was like all the exams are cancelled, so it was like I have a lot of time to spend cubing, so I've been cubing for a lot of hours in the day. I don't really know how many because I don't keep track, but I think too many for my own good is probably a good answer.
We've got a question from Billy Goose. What is your favourite colour?
Blue.
That is a good choice. Got a question from Callum. Are you likely to build blocks further into a solve, then go back to where you were? For example, only do half your yellow block before moving on to the blue and then doing yellow when it's more convenient.
So if it's during like S2L, then no. I've tried doing stuff like that before, and for some reason my brain just can't hack it. Like, so usually during F2L, if there are like F2Ls, I mean, I know they're not blocks, but if there are pairs that are easier to build, then I will always go and build them. But as far as like S2L goes, my brain just can't hack it that well. Especially because I have such a fixed order, so if there's like a block to be made, like, I do try and preserve it, but I just can't, or like, even if I try to build it more, it just doesn't really work out.
Yeah. Another question from Billy Goose. Have you, or will you, ever try Megaminx blind?
Nope. That's not for me to do. I don't like... Well, I do like blind. I like other people... Like, I like watching other people succeed in blind, but I'm not very good at it myself, and I don't have any plans to do anything other than 4 and 5 blind in the future.
Question from Baguette. What's your feelings surrounding the exam cancellation? Are you kind of happy about it? Are you annoyed?
So, I mean, some of the exams that I was going to take anyway, because I was going to take a few different exams. So like a set of exams that I was going to take can be retaken next year in January, so not too much of an issue in general. I can just retake them and start the coursework for them subjects now. But there were some subjects that I was wanting to retake from GCSE that means I can't do what I want to do in September. I won't go into that too much here, but that happened, and so I can't really do that now, which is a bit annoying. But as far as like the whole predicted grades go, so last year, a bit of background, I was fairly ill, so I wasn't in school a whole lot. So I was basically predicted like the lowest grades and U's for most of my subjects. And then because I was at home and doing stuff, the teachers didn't see that. But then on results day, I come out with like passes in a lot of my subjects. And so I feel like some people who are possibly in a similar boat to that won't get the results they want due to them not like being in school. So like I'm a bit in the middle about it personally.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation because I don't think anyone wants to be in that situation, and I don't think any kind of education panel or anything want that sort of situation either. But it is a tricky one.
It's a very, very tricky situation, and obviously not something that we were expecting to deal with like at the start of this year.
Oh yeah, definitely. Got a question from Rubik's. Predictions for events to be added, removed from the WCA.
So I don't think any events would be removed from the WCA, at least anytime soon. And the reason I say that is obviously Feet has just been removed. So I don't think they'd be looking to get rid of any more events at the moment, considering they've just already removed one. As far as added, I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people like Killer Minx, so maybe, but I don't know any events that they would have in mind to add if they were going to add it.
Got a question from Jason as well. How do you deal with nerves on Megaminx and in general?
Right, so for Megaminx, I've obviously tried quite a lot of things. Ever since I actually started practicing Megaminx, I haven't really felt nerves for other events because Megaminx was my main event. So like as I started doing more of Megaminx, I started getting more nervous for Megaminx and less nervous for other events. So like as far as Megaminx goes, what I always try to do, I mean, I get very nervous. I like was fairly shaky at Manchester. I know my nerves don't affect me as much as other people, but I still get like fairly shaky. But the way I always try and deal with them, I don't like sit there with my eyes shut. I just try and go straight into the solve from the minute like I set my camera down. I just instantly go for it.
Yeah.
And I've slowly, like in the last few competitions, I've just tried slowing my turning down a bit, so it's a bit more like calmer rather than more like aggressive, because I found that like using the turning style that I it was causing just a lot of lockups in general. But that's more specific to Megaminx rather than like the actual whole nerves in itself.
Yeah. Got a question from Callum. Do you have a favourite comp? If so, what one?
Euros 2018, by far.
Any specific reason why, or was it just that?
So it was the first time I was on staff for a WCA competition, and it was a lot of hard work, but at the same time, the amount of people that I met through, like, I mean, I was on a staff team with like quite a fair few well-known Cubers, so like I got to meet them and like just spending the whole like 4 days with the staff team plus meeting a load of other people, it just made it like such a really like such a good com.
Got a few questions about do you have a YouTube? I did have a look earlier actually. And couldn't find
I made one about 2 days ago. I don't know if it comes up if you just search Kate Davis. I'll look that up now.
If you could link me it, that would be great, so I can get it into the stream.
Yeah.
So would you be putting out some? I would assume mega related videos.
I put out the video I have is my win from Manchester Open. Like YouTube, I did actually have one in around 2018, but deleted it. I didn't really have too many plans, but like I record quite a lot of my solves anyway.
Yeah.
So I figured that was probably a notable result to upload.
Because I know for a fact that quite a lot of us would love to see your Megaminx solve. So like I have quite a few of my PR averages on cam. I have obviously my win from Manchester up now, but I do have a lot of like other Megaminx PRs from like last year, like 47 averages that I could probably upload at some point. Guys in chat, do we want Katie to upload some of her old PRs? Because I know for a fact that I would love to see them.
I mean, they have more of a reaction than what I recorded on my last, on my one from Manchester.
And if you guys do !KD in chat, it'll give you a link to Katie's YouTube. So we've got yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So it looks like I'm gonna
absolutely
be doing that.
Yes.
I just need to go find where I've stored them all, and then I'll probably upload them at some point.
Not just me. We've got a lot of other people that would love to see your content. We'll put it as a general thing.
Yeah, I mean, like the last few compositions I've only like recorded mega. I should probably start filming my other events. I mean, I filmed some of 3x3 at Manchester.
Did you by any chance film that beautiful average that you got?
The one at Doncaster.
Oh yeah,
no,
that was
didn't.
Doncaster, not Manchester. My bad.
Yeah, I should start recording 3x3 solves, but I find it easier when I don't, so I just never.
Yeah, you got to do what works for you. Like,
yeah,
don't feel pressured. But obviously we would. I speak for the entire UK and further community, saying that we would love to see whatever solves you do record. We would like to see.
Yeah, I should really start filming more at home solves. I don't actually do that, and I've never really done that, to be honest, but I think it's something that I might start during this quarantine thing.
Yeah. Well guys, make sure you all have your notifications turned on for Katie's YouTube, so you can get notified when she posts some future videos.
I know I have my 47. So I got 247 averages, one at ABHC, which was PR by quite a bit, and then I broke it by a little bit at Kilkenny the week after. I've got both of them. I'll probably upload them at some point.
When do we think we could get a first upload? Could we get a wee bit of a sneak peek? Would it maybe be this week, or would that be a bit premature?
I could probably upload them at some point in the next few days. I might even upload them tonight. I'll have to see if I've got them on my computer, because I might have them on a different laptop. Actually, I do have my ABHC stuff here, and I think I also have my Kilkenny stuff, possibly.
Do you know, I'm still so upset that I had so much content from Manchester corrupted.
I've seen that.
There was so much good stuff on cam. Callum is great in front of a camera, that's for sure. And all of that beautiful content is now just gone.
Okay, so by the looks of it, I don't have Kilkenny stuff. Wait, I swear I uploaded it here. It'll be somewhere. I know I definitely have my Kilkenny stuff, but the ABHC average I definitely have, so I can get that out at some point.
That would be absolutely great. We've got a question from Harry. Katie, do you like hot chocolate?
Yes, I do. On the way back from Doncaster, I actually tried a white hot chocolate from Costa, and I think that's probably the nicest hot chocolate I've ever had.
A white hot chocolate from Costa. Do you know when we get out of all of this, I'm going to go to Costa and try that and let you know what I think of it.
Yeah, it was... Go on, sorry.
No, I was just going to say that sounds really nice.
Yeah, it was like... I was really, really tired and whatnot. Like, I just finished competing at Doncaster and we were like halfway home and we just stopped at a service station and then I got one and it was probably like the nicest thing I've ever had as far as hot chocolate goes.
Yeah. Never even thought about that. Because I have hot chocolate like frequently. So it's like I've never thought about white chocolate. Anyway, getting a little bit
off top. Yeah,
it's fine. I think we've got time for maybe a few more questions. So I don't know, does anyone have any kind of final questions? Do you know, I've got a Terraminx sitting in front of me right now, and it's taunting me because I'm just like, I'm not about to just go and solve it. I am sorry, Bill. I did not see your question. I must have missed it. F2L seems to be my main issue with look ahead on Megaminx. Do you have any tips on just keeping track of pieces better during F2L?
Again, it's one of them things of me that just come with doing more solves. Just try and get as much as your star planned out. I mean, I don't plan all 5 pieces and where they're going to go in inspection as far as star goes, but just try and like track where all them pieces are, like as many as you can in inspection, and then just try and, especially like also maybe in inspection, I know it's something I've started doing recently, just try and look for a few F2L pieces and just kind of like keep an eye on where they are.
I've got a question from Naglis. How do you keep interested in Megaminx?
Well, if you're not like, if you're just losing interest like quickly, just don't do it. Don't force solves if you don't want to do them. I know with Megaminx, like when I started getting into it, like it was just because I started doing loads of solves and it like getting very, very addicting to just keep on doing solves. So that's just kind of the way like I got into it. I think with me, it was just always like, at this point, what keeps me motivated to keep going is the fact that like I've got so far with it and just trying to like keep that speed, because I know for me with Megaminx, the biggest thing is not doing practice. Like it's one of them events you have to constantly be like doing solves in order to actually like be at the same speed. Otherwise, like I've realised that my times have gone up quite fast from maybe doing like not a lot of solves over the course of a few weeks. It's not. So there's always been that motivation there. Yeah. And also the motivation that I have just to keep getting faster until I'm at like a decent level.
We've got kind of double question from Billy Goose and also Baguette. What was your least favourite comp and why? And just as an extension from that, to be honest, my memory is awful. Have we asked what your favourite comp is? And why?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've gone over that.
That is fine.
Least favourite comp, UKC 19. I didn't have a lot of sleep on the Thursday, which caused me to feel very, very ill on the Friday because I just have a few health issues in general. None of my results went well. I know that's not something that obviously should contribute to whether a comp is good or not, but obviously I had the thing of my mega nerves kind of got the better of me, but I was ill during the Friday because I barely had any sleep, and that makes the symptoms that I get a lot worse. Saturday I was just nervous for mega all day, and then Sunday I actually left early because I felt so ill, and I was on the staff team as well, so doing that was not easy.
Yeah.
Like having to leave everyone midday through the Sunday because I was ill. Like had I been a normal competitor, I mean it still would have been sad and whatnot, but like I obviously being on the staff team was helping with the competition and whatnot.
Yeah,
so, like,
because I'm sure you would have felt bad about it as well. But you do need to kind of look after yourself.
Yeah, there's a point where I had to get to like just say no, this is not good. I mean, I was also about 3 or 4 hours away from home, so that was also a big factor in it.
Yeah,
and like even looking at the trains home, a load of them were getting cancelled or delayed, so I just had to quickly get to Euston. I mean, it took me about 4 hours to get home in the end. Seeing the trains that I needed to get were cancelled, but just literally jumped on the first train I seen to Manchester Piccadilly, and then I was like, I'll just get a train home from there because it's only about an hour away from where I'd get picked up from.
okay.
And then I'd seen it stopped at Crewe as well, which is only about a 20-minute journey by light train to Chester. So
got a question from Callum. How similar would you say the look ahead is for 5x5 compared to Megaminx?
my look ahead is probably a lot better for Megaminx. I mean, I don't practice 5x5 all that much. I've been contemplating whether I should switch to Yao, just because my look ahead when it comes to edges is awful, and it just usually leaves me in a load of panic, trying to find this piece in a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
And we've also got a question from Kewbz. Do you listen to music while cubing?
Sometimes, yeah. I know during I'm planning to start doing it again soon, but during a lot of my big Megaminx sessions, I used to just listen to a lot of music.
I think we've got time for maybe one or possibly two more questions. If anyone's got any final questions. Oh. Sorry, guys.
You alright there?
Oh. That went down the wrong way. Imagine dying live on Twitch. That would get some views. So, where were we? I've totally forgotten. Jason Harley has asked, what music would you listen to?
So usually very, very basic music.
Okay.
I can imagine that a lot of people just know the basic part. I'm looking back to some music that I probably listened to around the time that I was listening to music during most of my solves, and it was mainly just what was new at the time, a bit of Five Sauce, a bit of Pink, a bit of the Night Cafe.
I know Pink, don't know the other two, but I know Pink, so I'm getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, unless anyone has any pressing questions, I think that's us. Just waiting to see if there's any more questions. I just want to take this time to say thanks for everyone that's kind of come out so far. We are 8 hours into the live stream.
Yes.
But we do have...
Wow, Callum.
We do have another 4 hours to go. So, yeah. Well, Katie, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on.
We definitely appreciate you taking time out your day to come and join us. Guys, if you put in !KD in chat, you'll get a link to Katie's YouTube channel. Make sure to jump over there, click subscribe and turn notifications on, because she's putting out a video within the next few days. You heard it here first.
I guess I've got to do that now.
Well, you've got the entirety of Rubik's Cube Twitch that is waiting on that.
Yep.
So yeah, thanks again for coming on.
Alright.
And
thanks guys who've listened to me for like the past hour rambling on about some things that actually make sense and some things that don't.
Well, I appreciate your time, and I definitely feel like we've got a lot out of this.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Alright.
Bye.
Bye.
So we're gonna take a quick break, and we are gonna come back with Chris Harrison, otherwise known as Can Chris Solve. So I'll see you guys after this short break. And we are back. And we are here with Chris Harrison, otherwise known as Can Chris Solve.
Hello, everyone. It's me.
I think one of Chris's most noticeable cubing achievements would be his UKC podium for Magic back in the day.
Yeah.
I think would you have been quite upset when Magic left or was removed?
Actually, no.
No.
I didn't. I never practiced Magic at all, but I did it at UKC 2012 because it was my last opportunity to, and I hadn't practiced at all. And then all of a sudden, I just got third. Like, I don't know whether it was just good luck or whatever, but yeah, that's my one claim to fame because I'm pretty bad at everything else that still exists.
That's a bit mental. I don't know many people that could say, I don't really practice that event, but I thought I'd do it anyway at UKC and I'll just get a podium while I'm at it.
Yeah, it was so bizarre because I guess it's just one of those things where you can sit there for like an hour and just do it over and over and over without it seeming like practice because obviously you don't really need to think about it at all. So it was probably just muscle memory.
And Chris also has a YouTube channel with just under 50,000 subscribers.
Almost there.
So guys, stop what you're doing right now. Do ! CCS and jump over to that YouTube and subscribe so we can get him to hit 50k. That would be absolutely amazing.
Just 400 left to go, and it's been a long journey getting there. So.
Well, I think that ties me into the next question. Do you want to talk about that journey?
Sure thing.
A little bit about kind of how you got to where you are.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's been just short of 10 years since I started my YouTube channel. So it was January 2011, and I started making videos pretty much straight away. And it was basically just unboxings and nothing else. And I would just film myself unboxing different puzzles because I was pretty new to cubing at the time. Like, I was basically just moving on to like 4x4, 5x5, that kind of thing. So I just uploaded them online. I had like 10 subscribers for the longest time. And then all of a sudden it kind of just gained traction because back in like 2012, 2013, like cubing on YouTube was really small. I think the biggest cuber was probably like Monkey Dude 1313 at the time. Now, I guess a lot of you guys probably don't even know who that is anymore because he stopped making videos ages ago. But yeah, it just kind of developed from there, and I kept on making videos and more people were watching them. So I don't know, it just kind of happened like that. And I guess for the most part, for the first chunk of making videos, it was mostly just unboxings and reviews of speed cubes because that was when the Diane 3x3s were coming out, like long before Moyu and Gan started taking over the scene. So it was a really actually quite a cool period of cubing before it was super popular, and it was kind of just establishing itself as this cool hobby. So it's really nice that that's kind of documented on my channel somewhere.
Yeah. Me and Chris also did a collaboration for Manchester Open, so make sure to check both of our videos out for that. So as a kind of extension from that, what kind of got you into cubing?
What got me into cubing? I mean, that goes as far back as like 2008, and that's kind of when I first learned to solve a Rubik's Cube.
Okay, but
and it yeah, I'm an old timer. So I was in year 7 of high school, so that's basically the first year of high school in England. And I just had a Rubik's Cube. I'm pretty sure it was a Rubik's brand. Like, it turned pretty badly, but I just wanted to know how to solve it. And my uncle incidentally knew how to solve it, so he taught me. And then obviously I took it into school and made sure everybody knew that I could solve a Rubik's Cube. And I don't know, I guess I got down to about 1 minute 20 seconds as like an average. And then I kind of went off it because, you know, people kind of lost interest, and I was like, oh, well, if people don't care, then I don't care. And it was when the Rubik's 360 came out, and my grandma bought it for me, and it was trying to solve that, and then kind of remembering the 3x3, and kind of everything just came back, and I was super interested in it again. And then I realized there was the Rubik's Revenge 4x4 and the 5x5 and all of that stuff. So from there, it kind of just spiraled, and then I started to make the videos, and I guess it's kind of self-explanatory from there.
Yeah. So, as far as I know, you took a bit of a break.
I did. Yeah. When would that have been? I guess that would have been around 2013, 2014. And that was just the end of high school. I had loads of exams, what we call GCSEs here. And then shortly after that, there was A-levels. So it was about 4 or 5 years of really intense school. And I really struggled with GCSEs and A-levels. Like, I just found them really hard because it was a lot of different subjects to balance. And before that, I was putting a lot of time into my YouTube channel. I was spending a lot of time editing and filming. So I kind of put that on hold for a little bit. But it was surprisingly extremely easy to just leave it on hold. And I kind of moved on to different things. So I did music at A-level. So I had to do lots of piano practice, lots of clarinet practice. And it just kind of took up all my time. And then it wasn't until like the summer before university that I realized I kind of wanted to get back into making videos. I'd recently become 18, so I could start earning revenue on my videos as well. So I guess that was a little bit of an incentive. But I also started doing vlogs, which was kind of weird. It was a completely different direction for the channel. And nobody liked that. Like, none of my Kewbz subscribers enjoyed that. So that was kind of short-lived. And then it was once I started remaking cubing videos in around 2016 that my channel kind of shot up from there, because I had, I think, about 15,000 subscribers accumulated by then. And then I guess since then it's been 4 years and about 35,000 subscribers since then. So I mean, it's not a massive, you know, exponential growth, but I mean, cubing's quite niche, so I feel like it's steady enough, and I'm pretty happy with it.
It's a big amount of people. Like, if you try to get 50,000 people in one place, you would need a massive area.
A lot of space, yeah.
So it's definitely something you should be proud of.
Why, thank you. Yeah, it's something that I still really like doing, and it's really nice when I see, you know, subscribers engaging, and particularly at comps as well. When I see people who tell me they watch my videos, it's just really, really nice.
Yeah. I remember at Manchester, I did see a few people come up and be like, "Oh, you're Kewbz."
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of weird because I don't really consider myself to be a big Kewbz. I'm definitely not like a speed Kewbz. I'm not particularly fast or impressive or anything, but it's my own little pocket of the community that I like to, I don't know, spend time with.
I remember, even from my perspective, when I went to my first competition, which was Leeds Open last year. Now I was 20 at the time, so it's not like I was a kid. And I remember you had sat next to us and we'd kind of just started chatting. And then the minute you went away to solve, I spoke to Alistair and was like, "That's Chris Harrison, that's Kewbz Solve," and he's like, he's actually talking to us.
Yeah, well, it's funny actually at Leeds, because I actually did not know anybody at that competition, and it was just totally random that I sat at your table because there was a seat there. I mean, I felt super awkward as I walked in because it was also blindfolded, so I had to be super quiet. The only person I recognized was Bill, Bill Hamill, and he was already up there. So I was just kind of wandering around really quietly, like, what do I do? And then I just sat at your table, and there you go.
Yeah. And then then we head it off, and
Exactly.
yeah.
And for those of you that are interested, there is a Leeds Open and a Manchester Open vlog, so definitely go check that out.
I think I make an appearance in both, actually.
You do indeed. Yeah, lots of super solves in those vlogs.
One thing I wanted to mention, which I've now forgotten again because I am so good at doing that.
Oops.
Someone's gonna have to keep a count in chat of how many times I've said I've forgotten what I was gonna go and say.
It's been a long day, I think.
It has, but it's been a good day.
Yeah.
Definitely been a good
Good
day.
long birthday, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So you changed the name of your channel from Haribo 41296 to Can Chris Solve. Whenabouts was that, and if you don't mind me asking, kind of why?
Yeah. So, let me think. I think I changed it in the fall of 2017. So I just moved to Canada for my year abroad, and basically I think what happened is Haribo 41296 was the name I'd had from the beginning, and Haribo is what people would call me at high school. It was kind of like a nickname, and then 41296 was my date of birth, and I just picked it randomly when I started my channel because it was all I could think of, I guess. But as I started to grow, because I had started remaking cubing videos kind of like the year before, I started to realize that it was kind of limiting. It also didn't have anything to do with cubing, and I guess if I wanted to reach more people, having 5 random numbers at the end probably wasn't great. So at the time I'd also started my Can Chris Solve like mini series, and that was doing really well. Like I was getting like hundreds of thousands of views on like certain videos when I did that. So I decided, it was kind of a big random decision, but I decided to kind of go away from speed cubes because that's kind of what everybody else was doing. And I decided to focus specifically on non-WCA stuff, which is kind of what I'm still doing now. So it just made sense to name the channel Can Chris Solve, because it was a lot more memorable. It had my name in it, and it had the solve aspect as well. So that was kind of my reasoning behind that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a good choice for a name, and specifically for your channel as well.
Yeah. Although Alistair still calls me Haribo, so
yeah,
who knows?
I think your long-time fans will always know you as Haribo.
Yeah,
You'll never not be Haribo to them.
that's true. I'm Haribo when I'm speed cubing, and then Can Chris Solve when I'm trying to solve things I don't know how to solve, which happens a lot.
So yeah, just a general thing. For anyone that's maybe a YouTube fan, what's your kind of plans for future content, and what do we have to look forward to?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess when I reach 50,000, we'll probably have to do a big giveaway. And I don't know. It makes sense to do it. I always like giving stuff back to my subscribers because they're essentially the reason that I can make videos and that I can afford to make videos. Because almost all of the revenue I get from YouTube goes back into the channel anyway. So when I'm supported, that makes it possible to carry on. So it'd be really nice to be able to give something back. And I was thinking of having it like a really creative like giveaway, so have people actually make videos, because a lot of the time it's just kind of like mindless, enter a comment and then I'll pick a random one. So it'd be nice to make it interactive and get other people involved. But then beyond that, it kind of gets tricky because you can only do so many shape mods before they're kind of boring to make and then also boring to watch. So I've been looking into puzzles that I've never really solved before. So I just uploaded a video of an unboxing from Kewbz UK, and inside it has a load of the Whit Eden cubic cuboids. So that's the 3x3x8, the 3x3x9, but they're also bandaged. So as I kind of get more experience with puzzles and kind of need them to be harder, I found myself getting into some really sticky situations with puzzles that I have no idea how to solve. So that's kind of where it's heading. I have in the past tried to go away from twisty puzzles, but that doesn't seem to get as much traction. So at least for now and for kind of like the foreseeable future, it's going to stay with twisty puzzles, and I guess I'll just see, you know, what I can do with it. There's plenty of puzzles out there, and you know, I'm happy to just carry on doing that.
Yeah, because there's a lot you can do with twisty puzzles as a whole as well, because even so much as expanding into like blindfolded, one-handed, and
yeah,
stuff like that, there's lots of options.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had a thought recently of revisiting certain shape mods that I've done in the past, but try and solve them using Rue rather than CFOP, because it's almost an entirely different puzzle when you have to think about pieces in a different way. Because when you solve a shape mod doing CFOP, it's really easy to see the progression of each layer. Whereas with Rue, you kind of just get two chunks on the bottom and then a bunch of random pieces at the top and in the middle. So I'm definitely up for shaping it up. Whoa, a nice little pun there with the shape mods. But yeah, and like you said, blindfolded, I did the Braille cube recently, but I suppose a Cancrus solve of like old Pockman would be really good, because I still haven't mastered that yet. And I could even turn it into sort of like walkthrough-esque videos. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Thank you.
No problem. But yeah, I think a lot of us are looking forward to seeing what you come out with.
Thank you. I'm excited too. Every video is a roller coaster with me.
We've got a question here from Bill. Do you still have and treasure your outstanding brown Tanglong?
Do I still have and treasure my outstanding brown Tanglong? Yeah, I do actually, and it still has the Haribo 41296 Poop Cube logo, because that was a big thing for those of you that don't know. I bought a Tanglong in brown plastic almost as a joke, and it ended up being an insanely good speed cube for me, just because it was like super controllable. It was just so smooth and nice. So I kind of turned it into a channel icon. I changed my little avatar to a poop emoji with Haribo 41296 on it. It was funny for me, but I don't know if anyone else found it that funny. But I still have it. Definitely still have the brown Tanglong.
We've got a question from Sloth Cubing. Hey Chris, I have 109 subscribers at the moment, and I really want to grow my channel. Do you have any tips?
Any tips? Yeah, I mean, I've been there in the past, and it's just a matter of commitment to the channel. I think you really have to throw yourself into it when you're small time. So I guess the big thing would be consistency. In order to build an audience, you kind of have to like upload regularly. Like if you upload all over the place, people aren't going to be as interested. Whereas if they know a video is coming like once a week or whatever, they'll be more inclined to hit subscribe and the little notification button. I guess the big thing for me that kind of changed the way my channel grew was the way I appeared on camera. Because for a really long time, I never showed my face. and I would always do unboxings like over my shoulder or from the side on, and there was never really much personality in those videos. Whereas as soon as I kind of made the decision to put myself in front of the camera, it was maybe a little awkward to begin with, but as I kind of got a bit more confident and grew into it, I think it made most of my videos a little bit more personable, and it made the subscribers and viewers feel like they were a bit more involved. Whereas I guess if you just put the camera on a box and open it and say, oh, this cube is great, it's not as fun to watch, in my opinion. So definitely work on your camera presence and
Throwing
consistency.
some shade at... I see.
Well, I mean, the past 2 videos I've just made, which are coming out in the next few weeks, I don't show my face at all, and I literally just have the camera on the puzzle, but I was being lazy, so please don't hate me.
Got a question here from Sean Moran. What was your thought process behind making the video where you made music using cubing noises?
Oh, right. Yeah, that was a really good video, actually. It was called Rubik's Rhythms, and it was basically just a rhythmic contrapuntal beat using different types of puzzles. So I think I had like a Terraminx, a Kewbz 6, believe it or not. They used to exist. What was my thought process, though? I was largely inspired by a YouTuber called, I think it was ET I don't know if his channel is still active or even if it's like available anymore, but he did like a guitar song, and then the percussion, like the drum kit, was made out of Rubik's cubes. So I really enjoyed that, and I wanted to take it a step further, so I made the entire thing just Rubik's cube rhythms. And it also kind of factored into a school music project that I was doing at the time, because it was part of like a high school thing that I had to make, which was supposed to be like world music. So I thought about like a drum circle, like an African drum circle sort of thing, with loads of different rhythms and kind of like the different textures that you can get with sounds. So it kind of all just came together in that one video. And again, if you've not seen it, you can check it out. Just Google Rubik's Rhythms, and I'm pretty sure it'll come up.
Yeah, and if you also do !CCS, I'll give you a link directly to Chris's YouTube.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
And I'm assuming it'll come up quite near the top.
I don't think so. It might be in like the popular uploads one, but I think I made that back in 2013, so it might be quite far down if you have to scroll for it.
But yeah, one thing I do want to say to everybody watching, Chris has just come from a 12-hour work shift, so can we say a big thanks to Chris for coming out. Probably gonna stop it sometime shortly, just so Chris can get some sleep before his next 12-hour shift tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been rough.
So if you've got any kind of final questions in chat, guys, ask away, and then I think we'll wrap it up. But yeah, thanks again to Chris for coming out.
It's absolutely no problem. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and
especially
thanks
given
to
the
everybody who's
circumstances.
watching. Yeah, for sure. Everybody stay safe as well with everything that's going on. But yeah, it's been really great. I feel like I should do more of this kind of stuff, because I remember I did like the Haribo podcasts, and they were really hard to edit and stick together, but they were some of the funnest videos I did. They were like 45 minutes to an hour just talking to different cubers. So it's always a great time talking about cubing, because literally nobody I know, like that I work with or that I went to school with, none of them are cubers. So it's really nice to be able to connect with people even if it is online.
Yeah, definitely. This does not feel like I've been live for 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I think that's just because it has been such a great chat with people.
Yeah,
and
for
kind
sure.
of getting to know their kind of their view of cubing and all that.
Yeah,
comes
for
with that.
sure. Yeah, I guess it's different for everybody, isn't it? And it's kind of the same when you go to a comp. Like it's a weekend of like really long, like 9-hour days if you stay the whole time, but it never feels that long
Yeah.
because you're always like learning or doing something and talking to people.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there doesn't seem to be any final questions, so I think we'll just end it there.
Wrap it up then.
Yeah, big thanks to Chris again for coming out. Very much appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Thank you.
All right.
So yeah, hope to see you at a future competition.
You definitely will.
We've got a few messages in chat saying how much they love you, which is which is nice.
Thank you so much, guys. Honestly, it makes everything worth it.
So yeah, thanks for coming out again.
Thanks.
And I will see you at a future competition. Yeah.
See you soon. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
So I don't know exactly how we're best doing the next format. So we've got Simon Koloshinsky and Jason Harley coming on at 9 PM. So I don't know if you guys want me to do maybe 10 to 15 minutes of cubing, or maybe a bit of a Q&A. I don't really know. What do you guys kind of want? Just kind of let me know. Let me know what you guys think. What comps am I going to this year? That is a good question. Initially, I was supposed to be going to Glasgow, and then Liverpool. Yeah, Glasgow, Liverpool, and then I was gonna wait and see about the second half of the year, because I didn't really know what I was gonna be doing for the second half. But now I don't know with the situation. I really don't know what's gonna be happening. Ben, I don't know if I'm able to answer that. I don't keep track of it. Do you? Can you maybe help us out here? Am I going to UKC? Probably not, because it's the same weekend as my anniversary. And I kind of have priorities. Yeah. I don't want to be that guy, but like, yeah. So maybe if UKC wasn't the last week in October, I would be able to. A rectangular one and a long one, a couple of singles maybe. We're still talking about Tetris, or your earlier comment. But yeah, thanks guys for sticking around so long. We have been live for 8 hours and 38 minutes, which is mental. Do I think Glasgow will be cancelled? Good question, Baguette. Honestly, I don't know. It's 2 months from now, so I would like to say no, it won't get cancelled. But honestly, I have no idea. I really don't know. I would like to say no, but I'd be surprised at this stage if it does go ahead. No bother, Chris. Thanks for jumping on. What, in my opinion, is the best video you've ever made? Oh, I really don't know. That is a really difficult question. Because I did like the Doncaster kind of open video that I made. But at the same point, some of the episodes of Road to Manchester I was really happy with. I can't remember which episode specifically. But I think maybe the 4x4 and the 5x5 videos of the Road to Manchester series were some of the best content I've put out. Do I do Square One at all? No, I do not, but that does not mean that I kind of wouldn't want to maybe get into it. Cube shape boggles my mind so that I'm like so incredibly confused by it and just don't know how to do it. That means I've only done Square One once officially. So it's like if that was an option and I maybe knew a bit more about Square One, maybe I would get into it. Maybe meh. I don't know. You guys have the opportunity to try and convince me to do Squad, so I don't know. I really don't know. What do I average on 3x3 now? I just recently got a PV average of 100, which was low 16. So I'd probably say about mid to high 16 for global, because that was like, I was doing well that day when I got a low 16. So I would probably say mid to high 16. But it's so weird because I can go from getting like a 13 average, and then like 2 minutes later my average is now up at 18. So I'm not consistent in the slightest, and I do get lucky officially, which is why I have a 14 average officially when I averaged like 17. Do Squad because it's fun. It's fun when you know what you're doing. When you don't know what you're doing, it's like, what am I doing here? Cube shape, what? The cube is nah. And then parity happens, and it's like, I don't know. What's my second favourite event? Good question. I'm a big fan of Mega Minx. I really don't do Mega as much as I should, especially since I like it so much. So I'd probably say Mega Minx was my second favourite event. Fair point, Baguette, but at the same point, it's like, I don't know where to start. I've watched the one video that I seem to see out on Cube Shape, from Brandon Lynn, and he just solves Cube Shape, and it's just like, so how did you go about doing Scallop Kite? I am so confused. And then when I do figure that out, I still have the issue of setting up to that and then actually doing it. I don't see myself getting into Squad, but it might be something that is a possibility in the future. Oh, how are we all doing anyway? Because I am tired. So very tired. Who's had the best segment on here so far? Well, Ben, I would say it would have to have been you. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I would have to say that kind of everyone's offered something that I wouldn't have been able to offer myself. So yeah, everyone's been the best segment, which is not the correct answer, and I don't think that's the answer that you want, but at the same point, it's just everyone. I seem to see the subscriber badge next to your name, Can Christoph, but I've not actually had a notification saying you've subscribed. So I just want to say thanks for the sub, but I didn't actually realise that you did. Otherwise, I would have said it when it went live. And I want to say thanks for all the follows so far. I'll just go a quick rundown of all the recent subscribers. Stephen Waller, Mr. Starlord Spider, Swaggin Andrew, Ben Thompson Campbell, Janston Pickle, Sturgill, TCY069, Lost Marcher, ACJ Twitchy 877778, Bear Dad Amos, I butchered that, H Sandwich, Aidan McMillan, Telly Teddy 654, J Chambers 13, Chris Mills 101, Keaton Ellis Cubing, Baguette Lee, Ben Urin, Laser Monkey, Diablo Cooling, Shadow ZX, and Billy_Goose. Thanks for all your follows. Well, thanks, Chris. I appreciate the sub, and I appreciate all the followers that followed so far. What's on my wall in the background? That is photos of my family. What's happened? My phone just died. Because Chris just came from a 12-hour shift. We let him leave a little bit earlier so he can get some sleep. So big thanks again to Chris for coming on straight after a 12-hour shift. Do we have any other questions here? Oh, you've been a good host. I was kind of expecting it to be boring and to leave after a bit, but I've actually enjoyed it a lot and been here for hours. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is my first time kind of doing something like this, so it's a bit kind of on the fly, making stuff up as we go along. But yeah, I've tried to just do my best. So Lunny, I was mentioning all the followers. Will the segments separately be uploaded to YouTube? So I will upload it in its full entirety to YouTube. Each individual will be sent their segment, and they have the option whether or not to upload it to their channel. So you would have to ask them whether or not they would upload it to their channel. Yeah, but the full entire thing will be available on my channel. I don't know when, because I don't know how long it'll take to upload, but it will be up as soon as I can. Pyraminx Hour will be at 9 PM. Do you think you could start a podcast? You're a really good host. Oh, I appreciate it, man. I don't know if I would start a podcast. There's been a lot of good kind of podcasts already out there. There's the Corner Cutter podcast, and there's Chris Mills podcast. So it's like I don't know how I feel about doing something like that, because there's already people doing it, and they're doing such a good job of it. So yeah, I really don't know, if I'm being honest. I've been to 3 competitions so far. So Leeds Open 2019, Doncaster Open 2020, and Manchester Open 2020. So the Scottish records are in the Discord, but Billy has also linked the Scottish records. Are they easy to get? Well, considering we've got some really good keepers, I wouldn't say that they're that easy to get. And what will the podiums be at Scottish comps if they happen? That is also a good question. So, although I would be surprised if they weren't actually pretty fast by kind of UK standards, because we will have people coming up from England as well. and there are a lot of fast Scottish Cubers. So yeah, I don't know. It is an interesting one. Yeah, I definitely can get that clock one down. I don't know if I want to say this on stream, but I kind of want to get a sub 7 average over the next kind of year, I would say, and hopefully a sub 8 average at my next comp. If Scotland becomes independent, would you try and host a Scottish Championship? Yes, I think I would. I'm not entirely sure how delegates would feel about it, but I know from my perspective I would want to be involved. Whether or not that means put under staff or what. I kind of want to be involved in every Scottish competition from kind of now onwards. Did you try and invite anyone else but they didn't come on? I'm not gonna talk about that. If they're not on, that's because of circumstances that we don't have control over. Anyone that would have liked to make it or wanted to come and can't, there's reasons for that. No, I think the Scottish record is a little bit faster than sub 15. We do have some pretty fast people in general. Stuff like Megaminx, Steven's pretty fast. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think Steven's got something like a 55 average. I can double check his WCA right now because I've got it up anyway. Yeah, no, he's even faster than I thought. He's got a 50.96 average. So yeah, just in general, Scottish records aren't by any stretch of the imagination bad. There's some that could maybe have someone tackle and get down, like Clock for example. I'm working on it, guys. But yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I don't think Pyrrha is that unachievable. No, it's a 6 average from Steven with a 3 single. I really wouldn't say that that's too out of there for someone that really likes Pyrrha and wanted to get into. I think that could quite easily be sub 5 without much. Well, I'm gonna go and grab a quick thing to eat, and we will be back with Pyrrha Hour with Jason Harley and Timon Kolasinski, something like that. So I'll see you guys on the other side. And we are back, everybody. And we are here with Jason Harley and Timon Kolzinski.
Hello.
Hi. So Timon is the current world record holder for para average. He has 4 world records, 1 continental record, and 23 national records. He's currently the world champion for para and finalist for 3x3. He's got 174 podiums in 76 competitions. And we also have Jason Harley. Jason Harley is...
Oh, mine's going to sound really bad.
Jason Harley is the current NR holder for Pyraminx and has consecutive podiums at UKC in Pyraminx. Jason also has 7 podiums in only 26 competitions. So, if we start with Timon, what would you say is what got you into cubing?
So there was a teacher at my school back when I was going to school that knew how to solve a Pyraminx and like with his own method, and he was just like teaching kids how to solve a Pyraminx. I was like, okay, I want to learn, and he taught me how to solve it, and then I ordered one. I solved it for like a couple of days, and then I never like touched it again for like over a year. And then a year later, I think I was researching like magic tricks or something, and then in Poland there was a guy who made some videos on magic tricks, but he was mainly doing cubing stuff. And I was like, oh, this is a thing, and I just like started coming up on videos of cubing competitions and stuff. I was like, okay, let me check if I can like still solve a Pyraminx, and I could. So then I learned the 3x3, and then I was cubing ever since.
Nice. And what about you, Jason? What got you into cubing?
So I've got this Lego sort of the robot ones, and then I made one of the things that could solve the cube because I'd seen other people do that. And then, obviously, I wanted to take it apart for other things. So it was just like, oh, better learn how to do it myself. And then, yeah, just went.
Nice. So, what has kept you both cubing as long as you have? Because you've both been kind of in the community for a good number of years now. Whoever wants to kind of go first with that.
I guess I'll start. So, like for me, when I started cubing, I think I like my second comp or maybe third one. Rafael Varyszak got an ER average in Pyraminx. I didn't even see it, but I just heard the announcer say it, and it just sort of inspired me to do Pyraminx. So I just grinded Pyraminx for like a year, I guess, and after like a year and a half after that, I got the old record average. So I was just like competing at a high level. And it was like 202, so I was just like constantly grinding Pura in order to get the first ever sub 2 average. And then that took me a while. I think it took me like maybe even 9 months. Like there are some unfortunate timer resets and stuff like that throughout the way. So then I was really happy when I actually got it. And then after that, like I think soon after that, was when I got the Polish NR average for 3x3 because I've been kind of doing that on the side at that point. And I just got like 705, which beat like a pretty legendary record at that point for like Polish people.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I beat that and I was like, okay, well I got like everything I wanted in Pyraminx and people aren't even close to me, so let me do 3x3 now, especially since that's like a more popular event. So I started doing that, and in 2019 that was like the only thing I did. And then at Sydney I got like first in the first round and got ER single. Of course before that I was already like on the rise, but like it was nothing compared to that. Then I almost didn't make the final in the semi-final, but then in the final I got third. So I was like, oh my god, I'm actually like, one of the best in the world at this, which was actually kind of shocking to me because I didn't think I'm that good at that point. And yeah, so then I also like saw Max Spark get the 7x7 world record at Worlds, and for some reason that like it's kind of the same as with Pyraminx. Like just kind of hearing about a record inspired me to do the event. So after I got back from Australia, I started doing big cubes for like 2 months straight, and then I just got like all the NRs for that. And I mean, here I am.
Yeah, I don't think many people can say, I think I've mastered an event. I have the world record by quite a bit. Do you know what I'll do is I'll go and get world class in multiple other events. It's pretty mental.
Thanks.
So Jason, what would you say has kind of kept you cubing and kept you in the community?
I think sort of mainly just the general thing that competitions just exist, and that because, well, obviously not right now.
I have to make a call. I'm going to be back soon.
Yeah, no bother.
Okay. And that because obviously not right now, but they happen, say, once or twice every month. I think just getting that chance to sort of go and try and beat. Obviously, I tend not to do too well officially, but then sort of because you've always got that next chance, that sort of keeps you going to the, you can just get it at the next comp. If not, so you just keep going to them, and obviously the social aspect is nice.
Yeah. Because you're definitely a firm favourite in the UK community. That's for sure.
Oh, thank you.
I'm back.
But because you didn't get a result you wanted at one comp. You've got another competition to go to. That's fine. And then once you obviously get that goal, you have the next goal, and it's just the way you can just progress through it. I think that's just why I like it.
Yeah. So what we'll probably move on to is just a little bit about Pyraminx. I don't know basically anything. I know of the methods that there are for Pyraminx, and that's about my knowledge of Pyraminx. So I'll kind of leave it up to you guys. But my general kind of, I guess, prompts for you is what's your kind of thoughts on method progression, learning multiple methods, and just in general kind of getting fast at Pyra?
Well, I guess I'll start. So I started with top first because the guy, for some reason I cared about singles at that point, and I didn't look at the international scene, but the guy that had NR single in Poland used top first, and he had tutorials. So I started doing top first, and I did only that for a very long time. And then when I got the sub 2 and I was going for that, I was like neutral, or like close to neutral. But I still thought like that if you are only gonna use one method, then top first would be better. And then now I think if you're only gonna use one method, then use V first because it's more efficient. But if you're planning on learning both, then I learn top first because it kind of forces you to be efficient and learn how the pieces move, and then learn V first and learn all the algs and like get good at it. And I usually right now I like purposefully check for V first and then for top first in inspection.
So
yeah.
as a quick kind of question in reference to that, when you're discussing V first, top first, would you be method neutral with all the methods that encapsulate top first or V first, or?
Yeah. So in V first, it's basically you solve a V, and there's different ways to categorize it, but mainly it's you either get like a skip of the edge that normally wouldn't be solved, and then that's LBL, or you don't, and then that's called L4E because you have 4 edges left, so it's like last 4 edges.
Yeah, but on the flip side, kind of with top first, you've got your other ones. You've got your keyhole. You've got your one flip.
Yeah, top first, Nutella, WO. There's a bunch of them. So, well, they all revolve around the same thing, where you solve like 3 or 2 edges around one center, and then work around that to solve all the edges around that center. And other centers, and then you're left with 3 edges, unless you do like the subset that I created for one of those, and then there's also like another one that someone else created, but like nobody really knows those. And then so you're left with 3 edges. You do those with like usually 4 moves up to 8 moves, and that's it.
Yeah, so you would know kind of all the different top first methods. You wouldn't specifically know, I don't know, keyhole and use keyhole every solve. There would be a method neutrality between. Cool.
Keyhole is like, I don't really use keyhole because when I do, it's like I think of it as just solving the top and centers intuitively.
Okay.
See, this is kind of why I don't.
Oh man, I have to go again. Sorry.
No bother, Timon.
It just sounds like, because I've tried a little bit before, and it just kind of reinforces why I prefer V first. There's just too many steps.
Yeah, so I feel
Like, and
you can tell me if I'm wrong or whatever, but with V first, what I encapsulate is you have your V, and then you either have L4E or you skip that and you have LBL. There's only those two, as opposed to top first, where you have all of these other subsets that you would have to know.
Yeah, so because V first, I think, is sort of simpler. Like you don't have to learn algorithms and stuff. I think you can be a lot more efficient, and because there's less steps, it's just easier to look through the whole solve. Because often when you make your V, it's quite easy, obviously in the way you make it, to see what's going to happen after that, and then obviously you can just go straight into it, which is why I think it's faster. But obviously I haven't tried top first that much, but just from the fact that there's more steps, there's so many more different methods.
Oh,
And
wait,
so many
why
out
is
than
that?
I just thought, I'm
Like,
not
why
gonna
is
do
that
it.
worse? Because like I wasn't listening.
Well, I just think top first has, like, it's just too complicated. Like, it's got too many more steps and outs and stuff. But V first,
Well,
because
the
it's
steps
simpler,
don't
it could be
really
more
matter.
efficient.
Like they're both the algs and like the amount of steps is like intuitive, and then the steps usually you merge the first 2 steps together, or at least try to.
I feel like we're almost having the CFOP versus Rue debate, but in a Pyramid sort of category.
Yeah.
Would you both agree though that they're both viable methods?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm method neutral at the moment, with the exception that I purposefully look for the V first in inspection, but like I still check for top first too. So yeah, like I don't think it's as bad as the Rue versus T-Pop debate, because like you cannot be method neutral on 3v3. Not
Yeah.
really. Like, well, you can be, but it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, you do
Well-
not have enough time to check your blocks, and then also
Well, it's also like that you can't really. Well, Jaden has like he says, how like a scramble that's good for Rue is usually gonna be good for CFOP too, and the reverse. So like, there's really just no point, because you can't predict what happens after the first few steps, and the first few steps are usually like, even if it's good for Rue, it's also gonna be good for CFOP. So.
interesting.
And on pyramids you can also one look, so that also changes it, because if you see there's an easy V, but then the case after that is bad, you can try to look for top first, and then maybe for top first there's a skip or something, right?
So
Oh, see, if I had a bad V, I just look for a different one. I wouldn't look for.
Well, yeah. Well, sometimes there's just like no good V.
Oh, there's nothing good. You just have to improvise and hope for the best.
would you guys say that one looking is pretty important to getting fast?
Oh
then?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like, if I don't one look at solve, it's just gonna be bad.
Like it can be one looked, but still be like a long solution, because some of the alpha cases require quite a lot of moves. But if you can just see through it, then you can still execute it really fast.
Interesting.
But because you already know what it is, you can just go through the whole solve and it'll still be pretty good.
Cool. I think we'll ask chat for some questions. Questions don't have to be specifically related to 3x3. 3x3 Pyrrha. They can be 3x3 or they can be whatever you want them to be. So we'll give chat a bit of time to come up with some questions. Do you guys have any, I guess, general cubing tips? Because both of you are pretty good. Timon, you're world class in many events. Jason, you are also good, so don't put yourself down.
Okay. I have one, I guess. Like, as to when you're learning an event, don't try to time yourself until you like get pretty good. Like, I mean, what I usually try to do is I just go for periods of time where I don't time myself and just try to be efficient. Then I practice all the stuff I've learned by timing it, and then after that I go back to doing on-time solves and trying to be efficient.
We've got a question here from Rubik's. What do you think the limit of pyramid solving is?
In terms of average, like
I'm assuming
global or like official?
I'm assuming he means global, because that's what we've said in the past.
Well, define global, please. Because like, okay, I'm just gonna give like the definition that I think is like reasonable. So, I think like defining global as what your like big averages at home are is kind of not good, because different people do differently at comps, and that's like part of your skill. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, I definitely don't do well at comp.
Yeah,
like,
well,
I mean, like it's a skill, you can learn it, but
Yeah,
the
no.
thing is,
Obviously,
yeah,
it's no
it just-
comp at the moment.
well, we could do it in two ways. We could do it as, what do we think the limit of Pyrrha is at home global, and then at comp kind of
Well,
global.
I think like let's do, like if you calculated an average of, like I don't know, 20 averages officially, what would it be? I guess.
Yeah, that would be a good way.
Two flat. Two flat or like 1.9. I'd say. Obviously not right now.
I think more like 1.8 or 1.7. Well, like
Oh,
if the hardware doesn't get like insane improvements.
I
Which,
think it's
like,
pretty good right now.
No, I think it's terrible, honestly. But
Yeah, I
like,
mean, it's always been
but
that
it's
great
really
in
hard
comparison
to
other
make a good Pura because of the way it, like the shape.
So
it's not great compared to other events, but I think for like the annoyingly hard to make puzzle it is, people haven't done a bad job so far.
So assuming hardware restrictions were completely removed, what would we see? Kind of.
Well,
what could
People
we see?
would probably,
maybe?
well,
like
a lot better because you could probably just incorporate sort of a lot more finger tricks and stuff that you can't do on current hardware.
Well, I think a very good thing that will happen would be if Pura got smaller, like the cubes, because the way it's built now, it's really hard to do some finger tricks that you could do on a smaller one. And it's not like the layers are too small, because they're absolutely huge.
I find it the other way though, because I find that when I'm turning, sometimes my other fingers will get in the way. Like if it was bigger,
yeah,
maybe
but
that would be a problem.
that will happen no matter like the size, unless it would be like unreasonably big.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you made it smaller, that might just become more of an issue. But then also
I
you
think
could
if you
get the benefit
adapted
and
your
have it
grip,
probably
it
turn
wouldn't
better.
be a problem.
We obviously would have to make a small one and see.
Yeah.
We've got a question here from Alpha Cuber. How do you guys do tips in a fast? Do you have any tips for tips?
Jason, do you want to start?
Yeah, so in terms of when you do them, I tend to say average is like 2 or 3, right? I tend to always do at the start of every solve at least 1 or 2, because especially when you're picking up, it's quite easy from where you're starting. And then depending on what rotation you're going to finish on the solve, you can probably leave one of the tips there. So like I wouldn't leave one at the back for the end. If I'm going to do one at the back, I'd do it at the start, because you can do it as you're picking it up. But just kind of either which one's this called? The first finger or the middle finger. I wouldn't turn a tip with anything but those. Unless you're gonna like, unless they're sort of the left and right ones, in which case you'd kind of just flick it with your whole hand. But
Okay, so
like I tend not to do back tips unless they're at the start.
like for me, the biggest like advantage I get on tips, I guess, on other people is where like, okay, I'm gonna go for like the harder combinations of tips. So when there's 4 tips, I do this. Okay, well, let's explain what this is on 2 tips at first. So if there's 2 tips, one is on B and one is on U, then I'm gonna flick both of those with my ring finger of my left hand and my index finger of my left hand. So like my index finger would flick the U, and then my ring finger would flick the B.
Yeah, no.
Well, I'm holding it with the right hand. So if there's 4 tips, I'm usually gonna do that and the R tip, because it's easy to do while you're picking up the Pura. And then I'm gonna probably do the L one like while I'm doing some algorithms. And then for 3 tips, it just like depends where the tips are, because again, if there is both B and U at the start of the solve, then I'm gonna do those while I'm picking it up, probably. And then yeah, like I just mix in the rest of the tips that I haven't done at the start into the solve, I guess.
We've got a question here from Sloth Cubing for you both. What are your power mains?
As in the cubes we use?
Yeah.
Alright, okay. So I missed around, yeah.
Yeah. Bell. Oh, but I took out one magnet from every tip, and I'm not sure how it works. Because some people say they have 3 magnets by default, and some people say they have 2. Mine had 2 in the tips, so now I have only 1 in each tip.
I used to use the Huanglong for a really, really long time, and then it just got really bad, so I just switched to it.
I've got
and it feels kind of the same, but it's just better.
Got a question here from Baguette for Timon. How many solves do you do per day, and how many did you do at your peak?
Oh, well, for Pyraminx, I remember there's, I think, one day where I did like over 3,000 solves. That was probably the most I've ever done of Pyraminx.
That is mental.
Yeah. But right now, I don't really do Pyraminx that much. Like, if I do 50 solves, that's probably more than average.
Okay.
Because I usually just do 3x3 and 5x5 now.
And do we have any other questions in chat?
Jason, did you compete in the online comp?
I did in the first part, and then I kind of stopped.
Okay. Yeah. What did you think of it?
I think it was pretty well organized for what they had to do, but I was not expecting so many people to. Like there was like 4,000 people doing it. That I think, yeah, it would definitely be good to see it done sort of again in a bit, maybe a couple of weeks.
Well, I competed in that and a Polish online comp that they did that day and the day before. And so, like, they're kind of the opposite, because the Polish comp had like 250 people because they put a limit on it, and then people, in order to compete, you'd have to get on Skype with a judge, I guess, and he would give you the scrambles one by one. So there would be like basically no way to cheat, which I think that was done very nicely, and it was organized very smoothly. But their stream like broke completely, and it's like 1 frame per 5 minutes. So, well, at some point it was literally like 1 frame for 5 minutes. So, yeah, that was bad. But the stream for keeping at home was like very nice. But
Yeah, that was really
I
good.
think the way they organized it was like pretty easy to fake solves, which I'm not saying anyone did, but it could happen. Which, I don't know, it's just like unsettling. So I don't know.
Yeah, but like, I'm not sure they could do the Skype thing for 4,000 people.
Well, yes,
I think-
of course you cannot. You cannot do
Maybe
that.
if they put a limit on it,
4,000
sure, but
4,000
then
people,
like,
yeah.
people would be missing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Timon's had a busy weekend. So I think we'll let him go in a little bit. So if anyone's got any kind of final questions, for Timon, kind of ask them now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, you could do a 22nd birthday stream.
Someone asked about my PBs. I would recommend checking my spreadsheet for that, because there's lots of them.
Yes.
So like, go to any of my videos on YouTube, and there's always a link to the spreadsheet in the description.
And if you guys do !TK in Twitch chat, you'll get a link to Timon's YouTube channel.
Oh, that's nice.
So make sure you head over there and give it a sub, and also you'll be able to check the PBs in the description of one of his videos. And also the same goes with Jason. If you do !JH in chat, you'll get a link to Jason Harley's YouTube channel and his.
Oh,
It's
I haven't
good
uploaded
content.
in ages.
Better sort that.
Alright, I'll upload something.
So yeah, do we have any final questions for Timon? Because I know you have had a busy weekend and are very much sleep deprived. So I do appreciate any time that you have taken out of your day.
Oh, my pleasure.
Chat. This is.
Oh my god.
I'm
It's a
assuming.
great question.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys are looking at chat at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Which of us would win in a fight?
I don't know. Wait, how tall are you?
I'm not sure that really matters. I'm like 176.
Oh, well, so we're like the same height almost.
Wait, if Euros happens, we can find out. No, I'm joking.
Well, I think we're about there then.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll let you go, Timon. Thank you for
Okay,
thank you for coming on.
bye.
Yeah.
No problem.
Jason, you have the option. You can say if you want, or if you want to go, you can go as well. It's
I'll stay for a bit. Yeah.
yeah, no bother.
Yeah.
How about we just don't do any cubing and we just have massive fights every competition?
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah, so big thank you to
obviously,
Timon for coming
It's going to
on.
be a while.
Well, yeah. Hopefully not too long, but it might be a while.
I think next UK comp is down to be Colchester.
See, here's going to be the interesting question. What would you think the next UK comp will be that actually goes ahead?
I want to say Colchester.
Well, I
But I don't know.
I would be happy with that because Glasgow's 1 week after that. So if Colchester goes ahead, then Glasgow should go ahead. Because
Glasgow's too far.
Glasgow's no, but I mean just as a UK comp to go ahead. Like if Colchester goes ahead, Glasgow's smaller than Colchester, and a week later. So if Colchester goes ahead, then Glasgow will go ahead.
I think I looked it up and it would take me like 8 hours to get to Glasgow.
Yeah, but
And I don't think, especially on the Sunday coming back, I don't think I could do that.
guys, everyone in chat, do we think we should get Jason to come to Glasgow? I think we should. We'll all chip in like £2 and get you get your travel sorted. Get your travel sorted for Glasgow, and then I'll sort out some accommodation for you.
You know what? I wonder if you could fly there.
You can. Depends what airport you're planning on flying from, though.
Luton.
I would assume.
I'll
So.
look at
I don't know.
Obviously, we want the comp to go ahead first, and then I'll try and.
Well, yeah. Make sure you would get refundable flights, just in case.
This is some interesting chat we've got.
Yeah. So let's get some shout outs for some guys in chat. So who have we got in chat? Who do I see? We've got Brendan Valance in chat. We've got Billigus. We've got
Harry there.
Josh. And we've got Owen. We've got Brandon. We've got Ben. We've got Harry. And we've got Jaden. We've got Baguette.
Harry, it's a sandwich.
Who else do we have in chat? We've got Ollie in chat as well. We've got Harry in chat. Different Harry.
Oh, he asked what my favourite in-betweeners episode is. I've got to say the Thought Park one. I don't know which one it is, but that one's got to be there.
We've got Josh as well. We've got a lot of people in chat at the moment. So Jason.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the questions in the chat. It's a bit.
Can we get a bit more on topic, lads? Yeah. So.
No, I do not suck at countdown. I'm great at countdown.
I actually thought you said something else. So what is your next competition's Colchester, isn't it? That is what you said.
I hope so.
Hopefully.
Yeah. And then maybe Glasgow. If I can get up there. I'm thinking about it. But then after that, is there anything in June?
Liverpool?
Liverpool.
Yeah.
So
I'll be at Liverpool.
If I have mock exams, I probably won't go. But if I don't, I'll go to Liverpool.
Are your exams not cancelled?
I don't know.
Should probably find that out.
Yeah, if they are, I'll come up to Liverpool because Liverpool is the weekend before they're scheduled to start. So obviously I wouldn't want to go if I was going to have exams the next day. But after that, it's just the July one, so hopefully still have. Like there's London and Euros, and I kind of want to go to Denmark.
If you do end up going to Liverpool, give me a shout, because I was kind of looking at it, but I need to room share with someone to actually make it affordable.
Yeah.
So let me know if you do end up going.
Obviously, I'll find out if I've got exams soon.
Yeah, and that goes
Okay.
for quite a lot of you guys in chat. If anyone is going to Liverpool and wanting to room share, give me a shout, because it's the only way that I would actually be going to
And get Airbnb.
Liverpool. Yeah, because otherwise I can't afford it, and then I won't be going. How tired am I right now? Not too tired. We're only like 9.5 hours in, so
Hopefully.
I've had 10-hour streams before, so 12 hours is nothing.
Fair enough. But yeah, Airbnbs for comps are fun.
Well, I've been told by people that there's some interesting stuff that goes on in Airbnbs, and that it's maybe not a good idea that they would regret it. Let's just say.
I mean, on Manchester Airbnb, that was fun. I mean, you stayed at the hotel, but it was still fun.
Yeah, I was there briefly. Don't make me look like a bad guy on Twitch, please.
We had a good time.
We had a good time, yes. I did not know that one. Baguette is wondering how old you are. 16?
I'm 17.
17.
No, I'm 17.
I was close.
Yeah.
So, taking it back to Cuban, apart from Pyrrha, what kind of further events are you looking to kind of practice a bit more and get into?
Alright. So, I only kind of practice Pyrrha event on best there, but I don't like it that much because it's bad. But I did have a period of time where I really liked FMC, so I might get back into that. But currently, I'm doing a bit of Square One and a bit of and some big. So just everything that's not. But I've never got into blind. Don't like blind. But I think because big cubes are just more mainstream, I think that's what I'm getting more. Because for some reason, I always do really well officially at big cubes. Somehow, might just be like a mindset thing, but I do want to get into them a lot more. But now I'm worried that if I practice them, I'll do badly officially, because that's what always happens. But I actually enjoy solving them, so I think I'll just do it.
Interesting, because you do have some like pretty decent results as well already in big cubes, so it would be interesting to kind of see how they.
I think in 6 and 7, I tend to always do way better in comp than I do at home. Just nice. That's the only events it happens, and then 5x5, I'm always really inconsistent. But I do get a nice average of.
Baguette's wondering what you average on Squan at the moment.
Like, I'm gonna say right now, like 18. But I average like, I don't know, I'm just trying to look that up. But, because I was averaging like 25 at the start of the year, and then I got down to around me 2 around Doncaster time, and I got a decent average there. Yeah, I just thought I'd keep going. So I'm averaging like 18 at the moment, but sub, I'm gonna say just around 15 would be nice by whenever I next compete. So I'm just gonna keep spamming square one.
I've heard from Brandon that you recently got into Big Blind. Yeah, Big Blind.
So I don't like it, but so at Doncaster, the weekend before it was my like school half term, like the week off, and I spent the entire week doing full blind, so I could get a full blind success at Doncaster, and I did, and I haven't done any blind since then because I don't like it, but I just wanted to get it. But I was planning on learning how to do 5 blind for the competition, like the Hertfordshire Spring one, but that's not happening anymore, so I haven't bothered.
Whoa.
But if there is a 5 blind, I'll learn it, and then I'll try and get the success, and then I won't ever.
That is an interesting mentality.
I think just to get the result and have it there, and then just leave it.
Yeah. Fair point.
But I did enjoy it when I was doing it. I think it's just a bit draining and it's a bit long.
Yeah.
I think if I was a lot better at it, I'd enjoy it a lot more. But there's other stuff I'm enjoying more at the moment. But who knows? I might get into it in the future. Probably not, though.
Yeah, so do we have any questions for Jason? Any
I
questions?
mean, I'm being
in
told
chat?
a lot to scream, but I'm not going to do that.
Maybe if we get some donations or some bits, then we might get Jason to scream. I'll pass
No,
on any donations.
I'm not going to. I have a house full of people who are trying to be quiet. But Harry asked how much I'd pay for some cream puffs, and I would pay a lot for some right now. They are very good.
Owen's.
You should definitely try some.
Well, if you come up to Glasgow, we will go and get some cream puffs. We will hop in my car and we will drive and get some cream puffs, no matter where it might take us.
Well, the only place I found them is in Melbourne.
Oh, we will not be driving to Melbourne. I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea what cream puffs are.
Oh, they're like these really small donuts full of hot custard.
So, hang on,
They're really good.
like a jam donut, but custard instead of jam.
Well, they're like really small. I don't know if there's anything to compare it to, but like they're just little balls of puff, and then the cream is just hot custard. But I think it's an Australian thing.
I don't know.
Oh.
Can't you just microwave a custard donut? I don't know.
No.
You? I don't know. I don't know enough about this to make any comments about it.
People asking about Tim Tams. They're good too.
What are Tim
They're like
Tams?
it's like a penguin bar, but Australian.
So I'm getting from this that you've been to Australia a few times.
No, just the once.
Oh, just the once. I'm assuming for World Champs.
Yep. I think someone asked why my first abroad comp was there, and it's because I hadn't been to an abroad comp before. But I had saved up a lot of money in 2019, and I decided I was going to go to Worlds or wherever it would be. But yeah.
Understandable.
But because it was in Australia, that obviously made it a bit expensive. But
Yeah.
it was worth.
Well, do we have any more quick questions? Because if not, I think we might end it there.
Oh, you can kick me off whenever you want, yeah.
That's not the way that this is going, Jason. You know, I could chat to you for hours.
Oh, cheers.
Because I feel that like this has just been a chat between friends, nothing more. Nothing more, nothing less,
Nothing less.
nothing more. That's just harsh.
What do you do at college? Oh, I'm at sixth form. But the chat's getting
Guys, no, it would be Jason that would be friend zoning me. We bonded quite strongly at Manchester. Watched him fall asleep. Watched him stay asleep. Watched him.
Wait, you watched me?
Yeah, oh yeah. So I think it's Jason that would be friend zoning me.
Oh, sorry.
Brandon's wondering about your opinions on 4x4.
I don't like Yao, even though, like, as the method, like, because I don't like doing edges in the U layer, and just, so I don't particularly like 4x4 as an event. I'd say it's the big cube I practice least, which is probably why comparably I'm the worst at it. But yeah, I'd say other big cubes are better, because I just find reduction more enjoyable.
Yeah. Chris, I don't know what you're on about, if I'm being honest, because I don't.
There's no way there'd be any underage activities going
No,
on.
I do not remember this in the slightest.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Baguette's wondering what you're taking for your A levels at the moment.
I am doing maths, further maths, physics, and design tech. So yeah, that's
Nice.
a fun combination. Yeah, but there's lots to do.
Yeah,
Like I've got to do all my schoolwork tomorrow, because even though we're not going to school, we're getting sent work to do. So that's
That's a big sad. Can we get some Fs in chat for
Yeah.
Jason's further maths work? He's got the joy of having to do tomorrow. So yeah, probably gonna end it here. I want to say a big thanks to Jason for coming on.
my pleasure. Thank you, Cameron.
And a big thanks for Timon as well for coming on. You guys can both check out their YouTubes by doing !JH for Jason Harley's YouTube and !TK for
I'll
Timon,
upload eventually.
Timon Kolshinsky, his YouTube. I will get his name correctly one day. That will be my aspiration.
Even he said it's hard to pronounce, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry.
One day I will also get a semi acceptable power average. I did get a new PR though at Doncaster. We did go from a 23 average to a 22 average, so I am coming for your NR. I might be just 20 to 25 years too late.
Well, I won't be practicing pro then, so.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? None of us truly know. So yeah, thanks again for coming on.
My pleasure.
And I hope to see you at a future competition.
Well, yeah, if they ever happen.
When, please, please.
Yeah.
Let's stay positive
Anyway,
today.
Have fun with the rest.
Thanks. See ya.
Bye.
So next up we have Big Cube Hour. Yes, we have had Big Cube Hour before, but given the fact that 4, 5, 6 and 7 is so many events, we have another hour dedicated to Big Cubes. So we will have Brandon Poulton and Brendan Valance. Brandon on after this short break. So I will see you guys on the other side. And we're back, and we're here with Brendan Valance and Brandon Poulton. Brandon Poulton is 2019 ID competitor, with 2 podiums already, with a 32.24 single and a 37.50 average, which is NR18 for 4x4 single and NR18 for 4x4 average. He has an official an official 3rd place for 4x4 and a 5 blind win, and with a 2019 ID, he's got some great results in all by Kewbz and has a lot of quick improvement. And as well as Brandon, we also have Brendan Valance.
Hello.
Brendan was the former NR holder in 3x3, 4x4, 5x5, 6x6 and 7x7. The former 3x3 world champion, a 10-time 5x5 UK champion and single-time European champion. He's got 91 national records and 9 European records and 217 podiums in 102 competitions. So we'll start with you, Brandon, and just kind of maybe talk about what got you into cubing.
Well, for me, it was quite difficult because I didn't back when I started. It's the fact that I started really early in my life as well. I first encountered a Rubik's Cube in 2007, 2008. Around then, I was on holiday and there was just one laying around. I decided, hey, I'll try and solve it when I get back to the country. And I did eventually figure it out. It did take me a while though, since back then I was a slow learner. And now at this point, I just kept on practicing, and then I got fairly decent, and then I just kept staying at home, keep practicing every now and then only last year I decided, let's go to a competition. And I think I did pretty well, and now that I've more familiar with the competition style and how it works and everything, I'm quite used to it, and thanks to it I've gone into other events that I didn't see myself getting into.
Great. And Brendan, what do you think kind of got you into cubing?
Oh, it was so long ago now that the original story has been just warped over the years, but if I remember correctly, I just saw a video, so it's not really that particularly an interesting story. I think I saw Shotaro Makasumi with his 12.11, which was the world record at the time. It's amazing that the world record is a quarter of that now. And I saw that it was possible to improve, I guess, so I decided to give it a shot and see if I could catch up to the top guys. And I think back then I had a dodgy internet and all that, back when everyone was on dial-up, and that broke, and so I needed something to do, and so I picked up the cube.
That's a very interesting story, actually. So Brandon, something that I've actually found quite interesting is you'd said that you learned how to solve a puzzle. What did you say? Was it 2007? Did you say?
About that, yeah. It was either 2007 or 2008. I really did learn early.
So kind of what managed to keep you cubing for 12 years without actually going to competition? What was the motivation to keep cubing?
For me it was just trying to get better, knowing that I can improve at home myself, and due to financial situations I was obviously rendered obsolete when it comes to going to competitions and such, and the fact that it was something you could easily show off, and because of that, you're quite young, you got other young people watching you, and it's always oh, that's really amazing, you can do it, all that. It's what keeps me going, really.
So did you know about competitions but just couldn't actually go to them, or?
Yeah, I knew that they were a thing, but for some reason in my mind I just thought there weren't ever any in the UK, but I never took a look thoroughly. about it, and I just left it as a I won't worry about it. And then London Open last year popped up, and I was like, oh, that's actually quite nearby, and I can go to that, and I did, and it's from there.
And then Brendan, yours is almost kind of polar opposite, because I think you said to me in the past you don't really do much cubing, if any, outside of competitions. So it's kind of
that's the case now. Back when I was really passionate and chasing records and stuff like that, I was solving probably 4 to 5 hours a day. So I was really practicing hard, and I think there was probably a span of about 2 or 3 years where there wasn't a single day where I didn't at least solve, a bunch of times. So now it's the polar opposite.
Yeah. So in that sort of time, and you're kind of striving to kind of get records, break them, and would you say that was the kind of the motivator to keep you practicing? Was just seeing your progression, or was there kind of other factors, do you think?
It was a bit of chasing my own records and just a bit of the community as well, because I didn't think that the community even still existed back when I started. And there was only 1 or 2 competitions in the UK a year, which I didn't know about at that time. So I was basically, after I went to my first competition, that I really got hooked. Even though by then I was already, I'd already been solving for about 2 years, I guess.
So I think you've had one of the you're quite lucky to have seen the community kind of change over the course of, well, basically over 10 years. So how would you kind of say it's changed in your kind of view?
Oh, there's so many things that have changed about it. It's hard to pin it down to the one thing. Everything from the regulations. If you would go to a competition from 2007 today, then it's almost unrecognizable. They used to put after inspection time, they used to put the cover back on the cube when you finish inspection until you say you're ready, and then lift it off again. So things like that. Stack mats looked totally different. I don't even know.
Your hair looks different.
That's another one.
If you guys didn't already know, Brendan actually used to have super long hair. I looked at the 2 pictures side by side, and honestly, I don't think they're the same person. I think that's maybe Brendan's brother or something that's got long hair, and he doesn't, because they do not look in the slightest the same.
Not sure if the regulations now or even back then permitted that.
So I think we'll just get some questions from chat and see what people have to ask. Alpha Cuber's wondering, Brendan, how much Tetris do you play every day? Because guys, if you don't already know, Brendan, as well as being pretty fast at cubing and former world champion, is also absolutely mental at Tetris as well. CTM qualifiers, was it, I want to say yesterday, 1.14, which is just mental.
That's seeded me third. I'm 800 points behind second place. So that came out of nowhere.
Damn, yeah, it's really impressive.
So yeah, this guy is not just a cubing master, he is also a Tetris master. Everything you seem to touch, just like, boom, I'm now like god at this.
Turns to gold, if you wish.
Well, the Tetris community now reminds me kind of what the speedcubing community was like back when I was getting started, because it was mostly sort of people around my age now, so I'm like late 20s now, because the resources are still quite difficult to come by, because you need to get, like, if you want to get really good, then it's quite hard to get hold of proper equipment, like an old CRT and an old console and all this stuff, and you need to search quite hard for it. So because that's not that readily available, the sort of the general, like the average age of the community is a little older, but it's starting to change. There's a lot more younger kids with the faster fingers coming in, and, you know, kind of like in cubing.
Yeah.
So we'll see, and that's kind of taking off now. So basically, when speed cubing started to become more mainstream and more people were going to competitions and there were more online resources that people were learning from, the community gradually became younger. That's starting to happen with Tetris now. So it's kind of like at the stage that cubing was at about 10 years ago.
Quite interesting.
Yeah.
So I'd say another 10 years from now, it'd be impossible for a late 20-year-old to be anywhere near world class.
So do we have any other questions in chat, guys? Not that I can see of at the moment. So yeah, maybe if we kind of have a little bit of a chat about your guys' thoughts on the three main big cube methods and their viability. We could mention the fourth smaller methods as well. So by the big three, I'm personally talking about Redux, Yao, and Hoya. We could add in Mayor as a kind of the big four, maybe. I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that are.
I don't really remember what the Mayor method is, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know much about it either, so I don't really think we can really talk about that much.
When it comes to Hoya and Yao, the Hoya is very slightly less efficient than Yao, but they both share the same kind of benefits. So I think if you were to choose between those two, I would go with Yao. Although it depends on how comfortable you are with the advantages, like with the method for pairing the cross edges. It depends what you're more comfortable with.
Yeah, definitely. Like with having the cross edges on the bottom and and solving them onto the bottom as opposed to solving them on the left or on the right, whichever side. And it's just like having more centers done. It's having centers done before or after for Hoya and Yao. As I'm quite comfortable with Yao because it's like what I learned first. It's just how I learned recently, and I just got comfortable with it, and I just kept on going at it. So I'm very comfortable with Yao.
I still think Yao is it's not that young anymore, but there's still not enough people who use Yao on anything bigger than 4x4 to really know for sure what's better out of Yao and Redux.
Yeah, there's like noticeable names being Kiran, obviously, but like all of the other like big people, most of them do use Redux, and it's like I'm not sure what to say, but like more people probably use it because it's been around like longer, but like they're both quite odd methods, and people have both used it, but it's only like as of like pretty recent that Yao has become a bit more viable than Redux, and it's competing at like the highest level at the moment, and it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's probably more the mindset that with perfect look ahead and perfect recognition, then in theory Redux is faster because it's just more efficient. That's probably why still the most popular method.
Yeah.
Although that's why people used to use Redux on 4x4 before the world records were all set with Yao. As soon as the world record was with Yao, everybody switched to it. I guess it would be the same with the bigger cubes.
Yeah, it probably would be the same. Also, it also does come down to like hardware back then compared to hardware now. Like, that would probably be a big factor in play.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It was probably easier to do Redux because like just dealing with like speed back then and like corner cunning and just everything about it wasn't as good, so it was probably easier to use Redux.
So would you guys maybe say that with advances in cube hardware we could kind of see other methods become more viable, whether that be Yao become even more superior to Redux possibly, or do you guys think that maybe if hardware was to get better, we would still see the same sort of situations that we have at the moment? Just
I don't think the hardware itself will change that much, because it would change both or all main methods, because they would all increase roughly the same amount with the improved hardware. So I don't think that it would ultimately change anything. I think that the hardware now is good enough for like most of the finger tricks that people would adopt for bigger cubes.
Yeah.
Maybe it would need to improve a lot for anything, if for any kind of crazy finger tricks to be adopted. For example, with 5x5, it's fairly easy now to do like a pinky ring double flick for A perms, for example. So if you can do stuff like that, you can do anything that you would really want to do.
Yeah. And like it doesn't also necessarily come like also like with hardware being good and all, but like your finger tricks don't have to be as optimal. Like you've got like Max Park, who's just like really fast, and he still does double flicks for his A perms on big cubes, and he's still destroying the big cube game.
so, just as an extension from that, what do you guys kind of see for the future of big cube hardware? And added on to that, do you see times dropping significantly because of future hardware?
I think that times can still drop quite a bit. I don't know if it's hard to know whether that would be due to hardware or not. But I think that there can definitely still be improvements for hardware.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of the Valk 5 or the what's the new one that's not quite been released yet, the Moyu one. I still think that there's improvements to be made there, and there's definitely improvements that could be made in 6 and 7. So yeah, I think that there will, in the coming years when there's some kind of I don't know if there's going to be anything as groundbreaking as magnets, for example, but I still think there can be quite a lot of improvements.
Yeah, I do think like the general trend is that the larger the cube is, the more improvements in hardware that there can be. Because like for 4x4, there are quite a few choices that you can have. Like you have the WR, you have the GCS2, you have the Wu Chui, which is still relevant even though it's like a 4-year-old cube. And then the 7, but like up to 7x7 on that end, it's like it's only really the Spark that's competing, and with 6x6 you have the MGC, but that still has like a lot of improvements. Like it does pop quite a bit, and so like there are still like large improvements that can be made the bigger the MYN gets.
It's definitely an interesting discussion. We've got a question here from Naglis, directed to you, Brendan. He is wondering, do you own an MF8 or a Diane 4x4?
The MF8 Diane 4x4? Yeah, I have one somewhere. Probably more than one. I have no idea where it is, but I've got it somewhere. That was the cube of its time.
Yeah, I have an Ishin 4x4 floating around.
So that's even that's an earlier era.
Do you maybe have an original plastic Diane 2x2 then?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least definitely had one. I don't know where it is. But yeah.
Go to Brendan for all your retro cubes. Yeah.
I think I might have given it to my sister actually, so she might have it.
Yeah, so if we have any questions from chat, we have time to answer them. One question I kind of had for you both, in regards to kind of big cube look ahead, how would you guys recommend people improve it? Because to an extent, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of our viewers are probably at the stage that their look ahead is holding them back over their efficiency. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's a difficult thing to answer. From when I was trying to improve, the general consensus was that you should turn slower until you can turn smoothly with no pauses, and then gradually build up speed as your look ahead can keep up. But nowadays, you just see so many people that just burst TPS all the time, and then eventually their look ahead catches up with their TPS. So it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah,
So it's hard to know what to recommend.
Yeah, it's like you have people who do one and people who do the other. Like for me, I do have like some like relatively high TPS every now and then, but like when I like look ahead, I try to pause for a bit, try and see like as much as I can, and then go through with it. Especially like for 4x4, what I practice usually my 3-3 edge pairing is like almost pauseless, which is definitely a good thing because like I'm definitely like looking ahead to like see where pieces are, and seeing as you have like so many pieces to look for on different puzzles, it is quite hard to look ahead. And if you can, then like do try and slow down and try to find the pieces and then like solve them all in like one batch. And like I think like doing like just like practice solves of just like edge pairing and such would definitely be beneficial to your solve times.
Got an interesting question from Naglis. Not so much on 5x5, but on 6x6 and 7x7. I tend to default to white and yellow edges when pairing. Thoughts on this, and does it hold me back as much as I think?
I don't think on 6 and 7 it really holds you back that much, because the amount that each edge is spread over the cube is not... It'll average out, so it won't be that different if you just pick a random white or yellow edge than another potentially more solved edge. Like on average, it won't really hold you back, in my opinion.
Yeah.
With 5x5, it will a little more, because you need to take advantage of anything that's already solved as much as you can.
Yeah, like when it does come to like 6 and 7, if you do see something that is a bit more solved than what you would usually go for, I do try and go for it and then like put it to the side and then like keep going on with everything else. And like defaulting to white and yellow, it isn't a bad thing, but it might like looking at other pieces, it might like hinder you with trying to look for. Like when it comes to like doing those non-white, non-yellow edges, like if you do them first, it will like slow you down if like you're not going like properly focusing on it. Like, if that makes any sense, then I'll be surprised.
No, I understand what you mean. We've got a kind of double question from Charlie and Zach. Favorite side event, and do you practice any side events? That's open to you both.
You first? I mean, you don't really queue anymore.
Well, it'll be quicker for me to answer. No, I don't practice any side events.
You don't do any events at all now. Yeah.
Well, even when I did practice, I didn't practice any side events. So
yeah, to be fair.
Unless except for 6 and 7.
Would you say you have a favorite side event, or?
Probably Megaminx, even though I'm not really capable of solving it consistently.
Yeah, Megaminx is quite fun. It is probably up there with one of my side events. I've been getting into clock recently because, like, now that I have a fear that my clock won't fall apart, which is definitely great for me. Like, clock and
I know
Megaminx
someone who'll like that answer.
I do practice Square 1 a bit as well. That's quite fun.
So, do we have any other questions in chat? Because I'm not really sure what to talk about, if I'm being honest. I'm starting to get to that side of the stream that I'm getting a bit tired, and my mind is not what it was maybe 10 hours ago.
Still have another hour after this, do you?
He does.
Yeah. But it'll be fine.
Well, you brought this on yourself, you
Yes.
must admit.
I did. So I don't know, do you guys have anything you want to talk about?
Well, what do you guys do see as the future of speed cubing?
It's a good question.
I
Well-
think it will get like a bit more competitive. Definitely, I think. Because like so many people like try to get into it. It's like I'm not sure if it will like continue to grow or if it will like just decline at some point, which I'm gonna assume it will, sadly. But I think like at some point it will like go through. It will keep exponentially growing, and then things will get a little bit more competitive, and like the whole thing of not wanting a competition really, because we're not trying to like beat others. We're just trying to beat ourselves more specifically. And
Well, as the world records approach the limits, then there will only be so many more times that they get broken, and it will be less and
Yeah.
less frequent.
yeah, it's already like quite high for 3x3 as well, because like my record was set in what 2018 maybe, something like that, or early 2019. It was quite a while ago that 3x3 single was set, and it still hasn't been broken since.
Yeah, the average still has some improvement though.
Yeah, definitely. I think
That'll be sub 5 eventually for sure.
yeah.
The single,
I reckon.
this is a single that could stick around for a long time.
Yeah, and then at some point someone will
It's
beat
just
it.
so much faster than the. Well, actually, I don't know. But it's still more than half a second. But when you get down to these times, then half a second is a huge amount of time.
Yeah, definitely.
Got an interesting question from Baguette. Do you ever think it might be? Do you ever think cubing will be able to become a full income for the top cubers?
No, that's a really difficult question because still has a way to go before cubers could actually get a livable salary from it. But it is still growing exponentially, so maybe like 10 to 15 years from now it will be possible. But then again, it's possible that it will kind of like sizzle out, and yeah. So it's really difficult to know.
Definitely.
But there are already a few cubers with their own brands who are making a decent amount.
Yeah. We've got a good question from Alpha. Your biggest cubing achievements?
Biggest or personal favorite? Because there's a difference.
Interpret the question however you see fit.
I'll go with personal favorite. My personal favorite biggest achievement would be winning 5x5 at Euros 2014, because I was second in 2012 and I really wanted to win it the 2 years later. So I practiced it so hard, and I wanted to get to the point where even if I screwed up, I still had a good chance of winning. And I did screw up, and I still like just edged ahead. So that was probably my favorite one, or favorite achievement.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to like that stage of like winning major competitions yet. Hopefully there are like some really good things coming for me in the future. But like for now, I'm probably most proud with my 4x4 average last November. It was quite close to being sub 40, +2 away even, and it was a first podium, and you know that's always something you will remember.
Oh yeah, podiums are very difficult to come by nowadays.
Yeah, my first win was is something. And I was like, it was a 5-man win. So I was the only one that got a success at the competition. It was just, I was just like going for it because like, hey, I decided that I'll just learn this just as something to do on the side. Because mine is like very fascinating. And I'm not all that good at it. But like, I just decided, yeah, I'll just give it a go, and just, I guess the stars align, and I will win now.
We've got an interesting question from Zach here. What do you think the limit for 4x4 is? I think we go from that, and also 5, 6, and 7 as well. What do you guys think would be hard limits on big cubes as a whole?
I think probably around 15 seconds average would be possible in 4x4 eventually.
Yeah.
Because like 10 years ago, people were saying nobody would ever get like a sub 30 on 4x4. And well, not 10 years ago. That 10 years ago was like the first. What? Well, no, wait. I've lost track of when the records happened. But 10 years ago, like when people are trying to predict the times 10 years in the future, usually it's not nowhere near, and the records are just so much faster than predicted. So I'm gonna go so much faster than I would have predicted if I just started cubing now, and go with sub 15 average.
Quote me, it'll be a sub 10 single on 4x4.
Sub 10 single, someone.
It wouldn't surprise me. Because there's already now a couple of sub 15 unofficial solves. So
Yeah.
So
5x5. I'm probably thinking like maybe like a 30 average, maybe sub 30. I'm not sure.
Sub 30 for sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Maybe-
definitely sub
yeah.
30.
It's a 25 single is probably possible.
Yeah, I would say so. Because
Yeah.
I mean, Felix already had a 5-second 3x3 stage on one of his world records. So 10-second centers is I mean, sub 10-second centers is not out of this world. People get 10, 11 seconds all the time. So
Yeah.
probably even 8 or 9 seconds for centers, and then just
Yeah.
pretty lucky edges followed by a 5-second 3x3 stage.
Yeah. I
Could
think
be
I'm
that.
pretty lucky, yeah. 6x6 maybe like sub 1 is like almost a thing. Maybe sub 50 single might happen if the hardware does improve. Maybe like a sub 1 average, maybe sub 55. There's a lot of potential there.
I'll go definitely sub 50 single. Maybe even sub 50 average.
Quite ambitious, isn't it? 7, maybe. Say sub 1 single. No, actually no. Maybe sub 120 could be possible. Not sure about average. Maybe sub 140. Because like the single's already 140. It's almost sub 140. Just have to like improve on the hardware and such. And
The thing is, Max Park
Definitely a lot of
is
potential
he's so
for it.
inefficient with his 7x7 centers. So if he improved his efficiency and kept the same TPS, then he would probably be about 10 seconds faster than he is now. So
yeah,
sub 130 is not out of the question, and probably sub 120 single.
yeah, definitely.
I'll just go super optimistic and be like, yeah, we'll have a sub 1 7x7 single. Just wait.
It wouldn't surprise me.
You got lucky enough.
Literally nothing surprises me in cubing anymore.
Yeah.
I've got an interesting question from Naglis here about 4x4 parity avoidance. He's not really given much context, but
Well, I mean, you can avoid parity by counting the edge cycles. So if you're really good at blind, you can do that in inspection time. I think that it's already been determined that it's not worth it, but maybe it's possible to. Maybe it's possible for it to become more of a thing in the future.
Yeah, maybe, and you would have to assume that using Redux is probably the best way, because I'm not sure like
Yeah, it'd be more difficult with Yao.
yeah, or Hoyo or
More
Mayo.
difficult to keep track of
Yeah,
edge middle layer slices.
yeah, definitely.
The parity algs, the fastest guys can do it in like a second. So it's I don't know if it's really worth it.
Yeah, definitely not worth it.
Yeah,
So
you
it's,
just need to compete a lot and not get any parities.
yeah, get lucky. It's basically it when it comes to 4 and 6.
Thing is, if we are getting to the hypothetical stages of like 15 seconds for 4x4, so like 1 second for parity.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I
take a point.
It's quite big, so I don't know. I do not know.
Yeah.
I'm not qualified enough to make comments. I am here.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's not that rare to get 4 out of 5 solves with no OLL parity, and PLL parity is just so fast that I mean, it's not that feasible, I guess, to skip PLL parity. I don't even know how you do that.
Well,
Probably have to trace centers.
As a more general thing, by PLL parity could do. I don't know much. But would you say full PLL would be something that would be an interesting development? I don't know if anyone knows it. I don't know if that's a thing people do.
Full parity plus PLL?
Yeah, PLL plus
Sure.
parity, yeah.
I'm sure there's people that know all the cases that are worth learning.
Yeah.
Because there'll be some cases where it'll be faster just to do parity plus PLL.
Yeah, definitely. I think like there are like you can like influence cases as well. Like there are like certain cases where if you do PLL parry from a certain angle, you get a better PLL than you would in other cases. Yeah.
Got a question from Zach as well. What are your guys' 4x4 splits?
Oh, I have no idea. 4x4 is by far my worst event out of the ones that I do.
Ironically, it's my best event. I'm not really sure what my splits are. I don't really time my splits. I know that like my 3x3 stage can vary anywhere between like probably 8 to 15 seconds, and I know my edge pairing can be like sub 10 if I'm like lucky. But I'm not sure about everything else. However,
Well,
my 4x4 times 100% are dependent on how quickly I find the first 3 cross edges. It's
yeah,
my nemesis step. I hate it.
yeah.
That's why I'm like tons of, there was a point where I was like top 20, I think, for both 3 and 5, and then I wasn't top 100 for 4.
Yeah. Like
Not
for me,
even
I'm
close.
like consistently in like the 25s to 30s when it comes to 5, 6, and 7, and like for national rank. And of course, I'm 18th for 4x4, so you can tell that I do have a preference.
and do we have any more questions in chat? I think we've got time for a few more questions.
For like 20-ish minutes.
Depending on if Luke needs a nap or not.
I've only yawned about 6 times this hour.
At least your mind isn't like going as blank. It's not going blank because there's nothing there to begin with.
Are you trying to throw some shade?
Maybe.
I've got a question from Baguette for Brandon. When did you start cubing? I think you answered this earlier.
Yeah, really, it depends. Like, cubing and speed cubing for me when I started different. Because I like learned how to like solve a cube in like 2007, 2008. Well, I decided, yeah, I'm gonna like actually proper grind and get good at this in probably 2016, 2017. at that point I was like, hey, I can actually do pretty good, and then I eventually got like sub 15, and then sub 14, sub 13, and then sub 14. Then I went to comp, and now I'm slowly improving. I'm almost sub 13 now, so that's pretty good.
Do we have any more questions in chat?
Give him time, they'll think of something. I didn't see a question at like the very start that I just like glossed over. I saw Zach was like, why did I choose 4x4? I should probably answer that. I mean, he's not here at the moment, but I will answer that. My results from London Open were like, at the time I wasn't really into 4x4 before London, and I decided, yeah, I'll just try and get sub 1 for the competition, and I did eventually do that, and then ended up getting a 52 average in the first round, 49 average in the second round, and 48 average in the final. And I thought, no, wait, hold on, that's actually really good. And so I decided maybe I can be pretty good at this, and so I decided like I'll just dedicate the rest of my practice into doing 4x4, and that's really it. I've just been doing it ever since. And naturally, because of like doing 4x4 and such, I took a bit of interest into the larger cubes and decided, yeah, I'll just like learn how to do 5, 6, and 7, and it's just beneficial, really. I'm pretty good at all of them now, so I'm glad I made the choice.
Got a question here from Baguette. How many 4x4 solves have you guys done in your lifetime? That's a loaded question.
That's a difficult one to
Yeah.
answer. I can tell you I've done approximately 900,000 solves in total, based on my number of last layer skips.
Oh, really?
Which is, I think, if I counted correctly, 57 or 58.
Wow.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of last layer skips. Then again, you could be on like the higher end. Like you could be getting luckier.
Yeah, I think I am, because there's several times where I've had more than one in the one day.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But going by that number, I've done approximately 900,000 solves. if it's 58, which I think is the number.
Yeah.
So I would say between 7 and 900,000 solves.
Oh, that's mental.
Yeah.
I've had one last layer skip.
I have not had one yet. I had
Really?
one. Yeah.
Well, if you do mostly 4x4, then you're 8
Yeah,
times less likely to get one.
Yeah, I practice it way too much. Yeah. For me, I don't know. Like my current CS timer session for 4x4 has about 2,500 4x4 solves, and I probably have even more. So I'm probably gonna estimate like maybe 3,000 or something like that. I don't know. Times I've just like skipped over solves just because like something went bad in it, and I just kept on solving it anyways, not timing it. Yeah. Probably 3,000, maybe 3,100, not sure.
So I think we've got time for one more question if anyone has a quick question. You guys can do !BP in chat to get a link to Brandon's YouTube, and !BV in chat for a link to Brendan's Twitch. Make sure to be checking those out later on. I think Brendan might be streaming Tetris at some point.
Probably tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I will.
If I have the time. If not, then the day after.
So head over there if you want to see some mental Tetris gameplay.
Yeah, and the CTM Masters event is streaming on the 5th of April, so if anyone's looking for something to do there on that day,
I will try and be there.
you guys can come and cheer me on.
So we'll just get we'll do both of these questions because one of them you've already actually answered.
Amazing. Great, thanks,
Oh.
Jeff.
Thanks, Laser Monkey, for the 40-person raid. Just before you actually come on yourself. So we've got a question from Baguette for you, Brandon. What comps will you be going to?
Well, it does depend if they go ahead or not, because, well, of course, like, depending, like, because of the whole virus going around, it's quite up.
What virus?
COVID-19. Oh,
You took that bait.
It fell from a bait. Cheers, Brandon. I know, like, if Colchester goes ahead, I'll be going to Colchester. And if London and Euros aren't cancelled, I'll be going to those as well. And I know that I will be doing probably ABHC this year if it happens, and of course the UK Championships. And probably some other ones in the south if they ever go ahead. Maybe like if a Guildford Big Cubes goes ahead, I'll definitely be going to that. Yeah.
And then we've got one more question from Jacob Chambers. Best cubing achievement. We have already covered this, so if you guys want to briefly mention it again.
Recap, yeah.
So, Brendan, yours was...
5x5 first place Euros 2014 is my favourite one.
And Brandon...
Because I put so much work into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Brandon, yours was
mine was
4x4 result, yeah.
Third place average at every event era, 40.26 plus 2 out of the 39.59.
Well, I think we'll end it we'll end it here. I want to thank you both for coming on. Yeah.
Oh, my pleasure.
Big thanks.
Happy birthday once again.
Yes,
Thanks.
Enjoy your final hour.
Yes, we
and your 10-minute nap before the next the next one.
No. So yeah, thanks guys.
No worries.
So yeah, guys, thank you all for being part of the stream for so long. Thank you again for Philip for the 40-person raid. We will take a brief break, and in a few minutes we will be on with our last hour with Philip Lewicki, otherwise known as Laser Monkey. So see you guys on the other side. And we are back, guys. And we are here with Philip Lewicki, otherwise known as Laser Monkey.
Yep, hello.
Philip,
Nice to see y'all today.
Philip has some mental achievements. Probably his most noticeable ones would be World
Mental
Championship finalist in 3x3, world record, world ranking 26 for 3x3 average with a 672 average. World record 5 for Megamink single with a 30.36 and 159 podiums over 84 competitions. So this man has it all, basically. And is mental at Tetris as well. Like, if you guys haven't already, do !PL and make sure to check out his YouTube later on. He's got 18 max out, 19 max out, and he's just a mad hyper tapper. It's oft. It is the epitome of good Tetris content, and he also does lots of Tetris and cubing streams over on Twitch, so make sure to check that out as well. So, why don't we kind of start off with just a little bit about kind of what got you into cubing, and yeah.
Alright, well, when I was about 8 years old, in 2008, 2009, I just stumbled upon cubing, honestly. My sister's kindergarten teacher, I think, gave her a keychain cube, and I broke it, so everyone was pretty mad about that, but my parents got me a cube for Christmas, like one of those Rubik's brands, and it came with this cool CD. I'll show you our DVD. So we've got the You Can Do the Rubik's Cube DVD. This is pretty epic. It came with this cube, which I still have right here. And so I got that. It's got Tyson Mao on there, giving you a cubing tutorial. And I learned how to solve it. And I could do it in about a minute and a half. And, you know, even back then, I was like 7 years old, maybe 8 years old. I was doing... I'd film tutorials, which I think I actually posted on my YouTube channel recently. And, you know, I was always really into making videos. But I didn't know anything about speed cubing until in 6th grade. So this was in 2012. Somebody in my math class did a math fair presentation on cubing and speed cubing, and like I was the only one in the class who knew how to solve it, and so I did that, and then I went home and I looked it up, and it was really cool. You know, I saw Felix's 5.66. So anyways, at that point, you know, I was aware of speed cubing, so of course I immediately learned CFOP. I was sub 20 by the end of the summer. So then I went to my first comp and everything. And that was a lot of fun, so I got motivated to keep practicing. But I think what's really kept me in it all these years is two things. One, the YouTube channel. For me, YouTube has really been the steady force that's kept me like motivated. You know, like cubing can be quite discouraging. But when you got YouTube, it's just creative. You can do a lot of things. So, you know, even at these big competitions, you said like I made Worlds finals and stuff like this. I think part of the reason I've been able to do it is because when I'm at these big competitions, competing is not the only thing I'm there for. Actually,
yeah,
I'd say that making the videos is even more important to me. And so like I've never taken it that seriously, even though of course like it was a big goal of mine to make Worlds finals and all this stuff. It's just because I had like this great project to work on, I didn't have that much pressure, because it's always like, hey, if I fail, but I've still got an epic video to make. And
yeah,
you know, a lot more people are going to be like affected by that than me making finals. Like, me making finals is just me.
Yeah.
You know, like, so
it's almost like a kind of
Yeah.
a big element of you going to like Worlds was because of the kind of the video part of it and the content.
yeah. I mean, that's how I pay for the trips, and
Yeah.
and that's a lot of what I have the most fun doing at these big comps. And then second to that, I really enjoy the mental aspect of like mastering focus and mastering nerves.
Yeah.
So like you said, I just recently got into Tetris. Like 2 months ago, I learned how to hyper tap, and I'm hoping to do some similar what's the word? Challenges in that, like mastering focus, mastering, like, performing at my peak all the time.
Yeah,
So
because I've seen on Twitch you've done kind of sub 7 challenges for 3x3 before, and they've really actually kind of helped when it's come to kind of comp time.
I for a while, for a few months, I'd had a 7.02 PB average in comp, and I think I had 2 of them, and so the sub 7 was really eluding me. And you know, after a while, I just couldn't get it, and I think I was too much in my head. So I decided, okay, every time I go to a comp, it seems like I'm always too nervous. I've always eaten too much food or something. I didn't get enough sleep. I got too much sleep. You know, there were all these like factors where I wasn't performing at my best. So I figured, what's a way to practice any state that I could possibly be in at a competition? And my solution was to force myself to do one of these sub 7 official like comp style averages every single day, as long as it took, because I figured, hey, if I do something every day, I'll probably encounter every state of mind I could possibly be in, and that'll help me learn how to get into the right state of mind on a consistent basis. And what I learned there, a big takeaway, was the importance of routine, the importance of, like, I watched some of Felix solves, and I always I saw that he always did like the same like J perm or like A perm before every solve. And I think people underestimate how important that is. It's not just for warming up your fingers, it's also to like trigger your subconscious into getting into the right state of mind to solve and competing. And that's why it's so important to have a very consistent routine when you're practicing at home, because when you get into the comp, you know, you'll be ready. You can't consciously force yourself into the right state of mind. That's a big thing I discovered. You really just have to practice being in the right state of mind and then have tricks to get into it. Like, another really effective way to get there is by telling stories. But telling stories is not a very it's not a very useful method, because like, who are you going to tell a story to when you have to be silent before the world's finals? You know, it's like not that helpful. So I think there are a lot of things that you have to do, but yeah, routine was very important.
If you guys don't already know, which you should, because you would have to be living under a rock to not know this, but Philip does have a YouTube channel. It is Laser Monkey, and
there are hundreds of thousands of Kewbers. I only have 60,000 subs. So.
Oh, only. Subtle flex, guys. Subtle flex. He only has just coming up to 65,000 subscribers.
I mean, okay. Felix has like 300k, so you know.
Well, I have like 100, so there. So yeah, in kind of a little bit about kind of 3x3. So obviously, a decent portion of our viewers here will be using CFOP, and might be at the stage that they know full OLL, they know full PLL, and they kind of don't know, where do I go next? So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about kind of last layer subsets, when you think what you think about them, and then from that extension, kind of, I don't know, F2L as well encapsulated in that.
Yeah, I think a big mistake people make when they're trying to get better at 3x3, because when you start learning CFOP, it's very important to learn all those OLLs and PLLs when you get to like the 22nd level or so, which a lot of people do end up getting to. And then at that point, the way to get better is to learn more algorithms. But I think once you've learned those algorithms, maybe you'll be like 15-second level. And I don't think the solution there is to learn more algorithms. At least not last layer algorithms. Like personally, I don't like, even now I'm averaging low 7, sometimes sub 7. I barely know any last layer algorithms other than the standard 57 OLLs and 21 PLLs. Like I think it's more important to improve your recognition, improve your execution. But if you're thinking algorithms, right, you probably should make sure your F2L algs are good, you know? Like,
yeah,
last layer, not the move. And people, I think people vastly overvalue algorithms as an improvement strategy, and it's just, it's not important. Like, I knew a guy back in 2013 who was averaging 8 seconds with like 2 look.
Yeah.
It's just not important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had George Scully and Chris Mills on earlier, who had mentioned about their thoughts on kind of algorithmic F2L opposed to intuitive F2L. So I don't know if you want to maybe talk a little bit about that and kind of your views.
Well, I think they are essentially the same thing when you're at the highest level, because like I learned F2L intuitively. That doesn't mean, and I still use a lot of really bad algorithms, you know, like I'm not sub 6, so I have a lot of bad F2L algs, but most of my F2L algs are pretty good. But I think when you're people mistake, like, when you learn an algorithm, it's not super effective if you don't understand why it works.
Yeah.
Because when you're doing a cube solve, when you do intuitive F2L, eventually you will just have every single F2L alg memorized. That's how you get good look ahead. You can't figure out how to solve the F2L thing every single time, because, you know, you'll have to pause for a second every single F2L pair. So, of course, every top cuber uses algorithmic F2L, but I think learning algorithmic F2L intuitively is a really good strategy. And like I said, like if you're trying to improve from the 15-second level, it might be a good idea to look at some algorithms for F2L, but that doesn't mean you should memorize the algorithms. It means you should look at the algorithms and try and figure out why they work, understand them. I think that's a lot more important, because if you understand the algorithm, you're much more likely to be able to figure out other algorithms. And also, at least for the way my memory works, it's much easier to remember stuff I understand. Yeah.
Well, thanks. I've got 1 or 2 questions in chat that I've noticed. We've got a question here from Alpha about Mega, but I will kind of maybe break that up into a few different stuff, because I think we could be here quite a while if I just say to you, Mega, shall we just talk about Mega? So, well, Mega is multiple steps. Star, F2L, S2L, and last layer. I think the most controversial is not the right word. Hotly debated topic, I would say, out of all the steps of Mega would be last layer. So maybe if we start there and work our way back.
Yeah, I've been thinking about last layer for a while. I mean, obviously, I don't very many mega last layer algs. At this point, I know 50 mega PLLs out of the 150 there are, and like maybe 10 OLs that aren't just 3x3 transfers. So I've actually been thinking about this. I probably will make a video on it, like good enough mega last layer, because there are ways to do 2 look faster than I mean, of course, if you learn the algorithm and recognize it instantly, like Juan Pablo, you'll be fast. That's the fastest. But
Yeah.
I just don't think you need that many algorithms to get sub 40. But sub 35, you do need a lot of algorithms. You know, it's like mostly F2. Well, mostly look ahead on Mega. But it is important to learn good last layer. I did that when I was trying to get sub 50. I think I learned a good set of like basic last layer algs.
So
something that's reliable, like 4 look last layer.
Cool.
And there are a lot of 3x3 transfers. Learn all the 3x3 transfers. You know, like
yeah,
that's really, there's nothing to learn there. You just kind of
yeah. We've got a question here from Rubik's _4. Well, it's actually 2 questions. What do you think the limit of 3x3 is, and what do you think the limit of Megaminx is?
3x3? I don't know. I did when I was in like 6th grade. I wrote like a paper, I guess, on the limit of 3x3, and I think at that time I said it was probably 2 to 3 seconds. So
man's quite optimistic.
That. No, 2 to 3 second single.
Okay,
and,
fair. Yeah.
And 6 flat average. Global.
And then in reference to Megaminx, what would you say? Given
probably sub 30 global.
Yeah, given that hardware, if hardware was not a restriction at all, if hardware was the best, it could be.
Yeah, I guess sub 30 global. That makes sense to me. Cool. I mean, Juan Pablo can almost do sub 30, and he's not optimal. Obviously, nobody is.
Yeah. We've got a question here from Naglis. How do you manage to pull off such smooth solves? He's commented
smooth
on your amazing finger tricks.
I see. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I don't know. It's just how I turn. I don't know.
No bother. We've got a question here from CCW Magic. Any S2L tips for Mega? One question I would quickly ask before that, just to give context. Do you use a fixed color order for S2L, or do you kind of leave it free to whatever you see?
Well, I used fixed order for. Well, I always do the same star in F2L.
Yeah.
For S2L, I have an order for S2L, but if something's really easy, I break it. And Megaminx is kind of a chaotic event. Like sometimes you'll get easy stuff that you have to take advantage of, but sometimes it's just too much of a distraction. So I don't know, man. It's really chaotic. You figure it out yourself. I mean, I don't think there's a right answer. I think probably being color neutral on S2L is a good idea.
Okay.
But yeah, most of the good mega solves I do, like the whole time I'm doing the solve, I'm like, oh my god, this is incredible. Like every single time, they're like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like the world's finals, I'm sitting next to Felix. I throw down like a 38. That whole solve was like the whole time I was standing on the edge of a cliff. Like nothing was safe about any of those solves. And I ended up doing like normal, like got the same time every time, like low 39 average. So, like, but I don't know. Megaminx is a weird event.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's something I haven't unlocked and I'm still in this chaotic state, or I don't know if everyone else feels this way. But when I do mega solves, it's just chaotic. I don't know what to say.
I have definitely felt like that for some of my better events. So you're definitely not alone in that.
Yeah. It's pretty, but that's what makes it so fun, because you just feel like a total genius every time.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's the greatest feeling.
It's a bit different for me because obviously my main event is clock, so it's done relatively fast, so I don't have enough time to, I guess, panic and overthink it. Whereas mega, even a really good time is still long. Long. Got a question here from Alpha Cuber. What is your #1 tip for sub 120 on mega?
Have an order. I think S12 order is the most important. I don't think people should do and also not, I guess, okay, this isn't like a precise way of describing it, but solve in 3D, not 2D. You know what I mean? Like if 2D is or maybe solve in 4D. I don't know. Like don't restrict yourself to 3x3 style inserts.
Yeah.
Realize that you can do R2 prime R2 prime to insert something.
Yeah.
That's like the most basic example. Like, people lose a lot of efficiency just because they only do 3x3 type inserts when it's a Megaminx. You know, you can.
Like, remember, you are doing mega, so you've got that added flexibility.
Like here, right? If you were gonna insert this pair, you can do it like that. You know.
Yeah. I actually have a question of my own, because I get rinsed for it constantly as a mega amateur, and I don't claim to be any good at mega. But what is your thoughts on table abuse versus, well, obviously, not using the table at all?
I used to use the table. I mean, I used the table when I had using the table is terrible for anything other than last layer, and it's only good for last layer if you use beginner's last layer.
Okay.
I think once you learn four-look last layer, you really should never do any table abuse.
Cool. We've got a question here from Rubik's_4. How can I get better at look ahead for mega? I'm having a hard time finding the right pieces. I think that's a thing a lot of people struggle with, is kind of finding pieces.
Yeah, like I said, it feels chaotic. I mean, I don't know. You just, a lot of the times, maybe the problem is that you're looking for the right piece, and in fact, you just have to see a piece and determine which of the pieces you see is the right one to solve. You know, like, you just gotta see what's in front of you.
Yeah, I do kind of understand what you mean.
And what I've done for order, it's very important that you choose colors that are really easy to see. So like I start with white, it's the easy to see, and then I go right to yellow. Yellow is also very easy to see, and that helps me a lot. But you shouldn't get hung up. Like if you can't find a piece, don't look for it. Just solve other stuff, because if you solve other stuff, the piece will show up and you'll remember. You know, like, the great thing about Megaminx is when you start, you can't see anything on the back, but by the time you're done, you can see everything. So, just solve what you can see.
Got a question from Naglis. What did you do specifically to break barriers such as sub 8.5, sub 8? I'm assuming he doesn't mean Megaminx. I'm assuming he means 3x3.
Of course, this is the 3x3 hour.
Mentality, focus practice, or any other techniques?
Well, I don't know. I did a few things like practice down solves to practice my execution. No, I mean just practice really. I think this is one of the problems with trying to get cubing advice from people who are really fast. Like most of the people who are really fast have no clue why. You know, like most people just like do hundreds of hours of practice. No, more like thousands of hours of practice.
Yeah, and you see those.
You know, at some point you just get better.
Yeah, you see the times drop, and then they just drop more, and then they just drop more.
Well, okay, but it's not that simple. Like sometimes you have to take a break for 2 months and not cube. You come back, and then you're suddenly faster. I don't know. It's unclear, but I did do focus things. Like I did practice down solves. One of these things I really enjoyed doing was stage blind, where I'd close my eyes and solve as much as I could without looking, and then open them and then try and memorize. Like, I think that really helped with my visualization and such. Yeah, but other than that,
got a question here from Katie Davies. How long did it take you to get from sub 45 to sub 40 on Mega?
Not long. See, that's interesting. I think once I was sub 45, I was down to 42 like almost instantly. And then after that, I mean, not that much longer.
Did that just come from
if you look
practice, or?
I think, yeah, practice. I did a lot of Mega Mix practice. Wait, I gotta look at my WCA. I think it'll give me some more insight. It's hard. I don't remember having any trouble getting to like 42 seconds. Once I got to 46 seconds, it was just a matter of time. Yeah, like my official results, I had a 46-47 average for a few comps in a row, and then like suddenly it was 42. Then I had some 44s, and then I was sub 40. So I don't know.
Easy.
Well, it didn't take me long. But I think that's because I learned everything I needed for. Okay, I learned everything I needed for 42 when I was trying to get sub 50.
Yeah, and it was kind of just about.
And it was just a matter of optimizing it.
Yeah, and kind of almost implementing that as well.
Yeah. That's what for these big events you need a lot of practice. Like all these big cube type things, you need a lot of practice. Even if you know what to do, you need to practice it a lot. I mean, a lot of it is just experience.
Yeah. We've got a question here from Robert. I find that when I'm queuing, my concentration in a short solve slips away quickly. Any tips to improve my mindset?
It's a good question. I struggle with this a lot. I tried listening to the same I guess boring music. Like the music isn't bad, but I listen to music that's pretty boring once you've listened to it a couple times. That kind of helped me get in the right mindset, because wait, let me think about this. This is tough.
I might get that playlist.
I think you need to,
later.
like I said, you need to have a routine. So you have to practice. Like if your goal is to have focus during official solves, you have to practice. You have to simulate official solves, and try and develop routines. Try really hard to focus. I mean, often you'll be thinking about other stuff. I guess one technique people might try is just like counting numbers in a weird order. like think about something that's really boring but requires you to do some computation. You know what I mean? Like count down numbers by sevens. I'm like 104. You know, it's like kind of difficult, but also really boring. I don't know. But I think routine is definitely the most important thing for concentration. Yeah. But if your concentration's slipping away in a short solve, it might be because you're not looking ahead enough. I don't know. It is hard to cube when you've got other stuff on your mind.
Yeah.
And like I remember at Worlds Finals, like you will become like socially inept if you're focusing properly. Like people will be talking to you, you just won't, like you'll hear them, but you'll have a hard time responding because you don't want to break your zone. And sometimes you just won't notice that people are talking to you, and that's kind of like not good.
Yeah, I have noticed that in the past.
But like when you're really locked in, you just kind of don't notice anything. So I think part of your, like if your mindset is slipping away during the solve, you need to practice like being in that mindset when you're not solving, like not thinking about anything. It takes a lot of work. It took me a while. I think the sub 7 challenge is a really good example of how to do it. Just practice the right way.
Yeah.
Build routines. Deep breathing helps. Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting kind of topic because it's like on one flip side, you've got the kind of the speed aspect, but you can be X fast on a certain event, but then when it comes to either doing it in a competition or doing it in a more kind of serious aspect, it's almost like if you don't do the same sort of practice as you would then do in a competition, you're gonna have this sort of imbalance where it feels like, I now have to like compete in 3x3. I'm not used to using 15 seconds of inspection. I'm not used to I'm just not used to this sort of situation. It's kind of
and it's not just the procedure, it's also really important. I did a lot of simulations where I'd have a judge and we'd have like I only get to do 2 averages, you know, like in the whole day. When you force yourself to only do 2 averages, suddenly you're experiencing the frustration of being at a competition. You don't just get to go for another hour, you know. It's like you only get one shot.
Yeah. Got a good question from Days Bacon. What were you averaging on 3x3 when you started planning cross +1 on a large amount of your solves, and when do you think is the best time to do it?
Well, I mean, if you can do cross really easily, you should do cross +1. I mean, at some point I switched from finding cross, so like now when I inspect, I look for F2L first, and then if I find good F2L, I try and make it work with a cross. It may or may not be a good idea. I haven't figured it out yet, but that's what I do. But I have no idea when I started that. You should do it. There's no reason to wait.
I saw a video from you in the past saying you were looking at being color neutral. I don't know. Did you make the switch or?
Well, so I'm able to do it, but I struggle with inspection.
Yeah, kind of deciding what colors to start on, or
yeah, inspecting all the colors properly. It's I don't know. I think color neutral inspection is a lot less consistent, and so I have trouble with that.
what's your sort of thoughts
So I
on kind of color
don't
neutrality
know.
as a whole? I'm assuming you felt like it was beneficial, otherwise you wouldn't have put time into
Well,
trying
yeah,
it.
I think it is. In an ideal world, it's the best way to solve. But for most people, I don't think it's actually the best way to solve, because it'll be really hard to look ahead like one pair or two pairs. You'll improve way faster if you're doing only white or only white yellow. Like if you're doing one or two colors, like a lot of the fastest people improve really quickly doing only one or two colors. Because if you do more than that, it's just really hard to inspect anything more than cross, and you really need to be inspecting one or two F12 pairs. So.
It's almost like an extension of Megaminx, where there's a reason you do White Star, because you can see it and you can see the white pieces for F2L. It's almost like a similar thing, I guess, with 3x3, but on a kind of a bit of a smaller scale.
Yeah, and I think color neutrality is the best, but inspection is tough. Like, I'm sure I could get good enough at it. I just haven't practiced it enough.
Got a question myself, just about your thoughts on cubing hardware, maybe specifically Mega hardware, or maybe 3x3 if I don't know your thoughts about future hardware. Yeah.
Hardware?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that any one of the flagship speed cubes from any of the big companies like Moyu, GAN, GE, all the big ones.
Yeah.
They're all great, and you can use any of them, and they'll be great. Like, no one cube is really better than another. They're just different. So we're at an interesting point now where, like, it's really hard to review cubes because there isn't anything wrong with them. It's just that certain ones suit turning styles better than others. And so it's very much personal preference.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't really review hardware these days, because any time someone asks about hardware, I just recommend they try the cube.
Yeah.
It's the only way to really know.
Do you think we would get to a similar state like that with the kind of with the options just being preference and Megaminx, or would you say we're maybe already there?
No, I think it is that way. Yeah. I guess there are only two options, but they're equally good. It's just that it depends on your turning style. Like,
yeah,
a lot of the top people use the Galaxy, but that's probably because all the top people have been using the Galaxy forever.
Yeah.
They learned how to turn with that. They learned to turn a way that suited that puzzle. So.
Yeah, because it's...
Yeah, cubing hardware is at the point where it's really not... you can't make any sort of general statements about a puzzle, really. I mean, you can describe how it feels approximately, but it's hard to know person to person who's gonna like what the most.
Yeah, and even describing cubing is almost like describing art. Terms are floated about how bubbly, how crispy, and from a newer cuber perspective and stuff like that, all these terms, and there's not really a way to define what a crisp cube is unless you've tried one and that's what a crisp cube really feels like. So I guess this is another time where the importance of competitions kind of comes into it, and the importance of feeling comfortable to kind of go up to someone and be like, oh yeah, see that you've got the Volk Elite, do you mind if I maybe try it for a little bit?
And all the top people, they get all the cubes anyways, so you can't. I mean, maybe if like you've used the Volk 3, it's like okay, maybe you'll like the Volk Elite, but yeah.
And it's hard even from
like
that.
I said, I don't review cubes anymore.
Yeah.
Because what I do is I talk about the cubes that I use as my mains, because other than that, I can't really tell you how good a cube is.
Yeah. Because even from the Volk 3 to the Volk Elite, there's
a big difference.
There's still large differences. So you could quite easily like one of them and not like the other one.
Or like the GAN X to the GAN XS. You know, they're like similar, but they're quite different still, I mean.
And that's not even talking about setups. Setups can completely make or break a cube, in my opinion. I don't know if you would kind of feel the same. Almost trying someone's setup and almost going with a kind of, no, I don't like this cube. But it's not actually the cube that you don't like, it's the actual their setup. So maybe if you set it up yourself, then
that's the thing. I mean, certain cubes are really hard to set up, and I think people underestimate how valuable these professional setups are. Like what the Cubicle is doing with the Mystic and Max and Angstrom and all these different setups. Like as a speed cuber at like a decently high level, I really appreciate being able to get a cube that has a consistent setup, and not have to worry about like tuning it up just the right way.
Yeah, it's
because I'm not good at that. I've never been good at it.
There's so many layers to hardware as well. It's not just as simple as, oh yeah, I just bought my 3x3, cool, let's start solving with it. There's so many layers if you want it to be kind of.
I mean, I can say that like the Volk Elite is amazing out of the box. But I mean, all this stuff dates poorly. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll watch this in a year and it'll be like, what were they on about? Mega can't get any better. The GAN Mega V2 is like worlds better.
Well.
But I think we all want hardware improvements, and we're all kind of looking forward to seeing what the big guys come out with.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's more of a. I mean, I've thought about it a lot. Like, do I really want to be reviewing puzzles? And it seems like a lot of people are interested in new puzzles, and maybe that says something about our society. You know, consumerist culture. We're so into products.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're trying to get better at cubing, it's unlikely that a cube will make much difference.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
If you don't have a good, like if you don't have a top quality cube, get one. Okay, now you have one. Like, you can optimize beyond that, but once you have a good cube, there's not much reason to shop around. Like, you're gonna improve much more from practice.
Because
I didn't practice Mega until I got a good Mega Mix. But once I did, I mean, you just gotta practice.
Yeah, because I think like a lot of it as well is it's like almost people get a cube and then the thought they go through the honeymoon stage of this is the best thing I've ever tried.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love this cube. And maybe it gets to 2 weeks later, maybe it gets 2 months later, or maybe in some cases it gets to maybe 6 months later. And then the question is asked, what's the next cube that I'm gonna buy? Like, what's the next best thing?
There you go.
I
don't know.
So I don't know, is that a kind of societal, the grass is greener on the other side? If I had this other cube, I would...
Well, I mean, we're in a growth oriented culture. I mean, worldwide. That's what it's all about. So...
Yeah, definitely.
Growth and consumerism are the key factors, I think, that play into our desire to continuously upgrade our puzzles. And it's just not that important.
Even as an extension, it's almost like a reflection of kind of Kewbz's. So like when someone gets a good time, they always strive for a better time and a better time and a better time. That's almost like a reflection in hardware. So they get a good cube, but then they want a better cube and a better cube.
Yeah, well, but I kind of disagree with the analogy you're making.
That is totally okay. You are free to disagree.
I think when you're trying to improve, that is about self betterment. It's about it's a large reason why people feel good, like improving themselves. But I think getting a new cube is kind of like looking for a solution that doesn't require discipline and hard work.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like the lazy way. And I'm not saying look for new cubes. It's just not. It's not a great way to. Like, if anything, I think the biggest effect better cubes have is they make me practice more.
Yeah.
Like, if a cube is nice, I'll practice the event more.
Yeah.
And if you're at a high level, you should have the best cube, because you're at a competitive disadvantage otherwise. But I mean, I don't know.
And I feel like a lot of people mistake a correlation between, oh, I got this new puzzle and then I broke a ton of PBs, when actually it was, I got this new puzzle, so I proceeded to do 500 solves this week, and that led to me getting some new PBs.
Well, I mean, there you go. You got the placebo in full force, you know.
Yeah. It's definitely it's an interesting topic that I don't think's maybe talked about enough.
Well, the problem is that it's not profitable. It's not a profitable opinion.
Yeah, no one's gonna sponsor a video that says you shouldn't buy new cubes.
Well, this is a big problem, right? If the monetization strategy of cubing is, and like, sure, the Cubicle comes out with a bunch of, I mean, obviously I'm affiliated with the Cubicle, and I love that they have this pro shop that does all these setups, because like I said, I think having all those setups is great, because instead of spending all my time researching puzzles, I can figure out which one of the setups I like the best by trying them.
Yeah.
And I just know that that's what I'm getting. Like,
yeah, I get what you mean, because from like my perspective, I'm affiliated with Kewbz UK, and it's like they've got a Temporis V1 that quite a lot of us have liked, and a Temporis V2 has just been on the Temporis Imperium V2. I mean, sorry, and the question's almost kind of, do we need a V2? Are we not? Yeah, well, I mean, happy with a V1?
If you're asking that question, you don't. You know, like, when a puzzle is worth when it's worth being around, like, a puzzle that needs to exist will be obviously needed.
Yeah, it's like I had.
The thing is with cubes is like there's so many types of preferences that of course we need like 5 major companies making cubes.
Yeah,
to meet all of these demands, but
it's like I had a Shadow 6x6, totally fine, no issues with it at all. But there wasn't much doubt that I was going to pick up an MGC 6x6. But I don't think I can say that about other events. There isn't. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more than open. I mean, obviously, I don't pay for cubes anymore, and I haven't in like 5 years. But
subtle flex.
if I were paying for them, well, I'm trying to make a point about the cost of cubes. Like, I don't think that those expensive GAN cubes that are like $70 with a professional setup are as expensive as people like to complain. That, like, if you're a high-level cuber, and you have any sort of income, like it's totally justified.
Yeah, I think,
and I'd rather that they charge more so that they can exist and like pay their bills and make the cubes than charge less just to satisfy people who can't afford it anyways and probably shouldn't need it anyways.
Yeah,
you know?
I think what people don't understand is that it's not marketed at your 9-year-old sub 30 cuber who thinks,
like,
if I buy this, I will be sub 10. It's more orientated.
My uncle is a casual cuber, you know, 40-second average, and he was watching my videos like wondering what cube to get, you know, and you know he just got like an angstrom setup of like a GAN SM, I think, something like that.
Yeah,
because I said it was really smooth and he wanted a really smooth, so that's the one he got. You know, it's like 60, maybe $70, but you know, if you make money, it's just like not, it's worth it. Like it's well set up. You don't have to be an expert. You just get it.
Yeah.
So,
it's definitely an interesting discussion.
Yeah. I mean, cubing age is pretty young, so it's understandable that there's so many complaining about how expensive everything is.
Yeah, because I guess when you've got...
But again, still in business, so...
Well, yeah. I guess when you've got, I don't know, $10, $15 of pocket money, and you look at expensive cubes, it's like, I don't have the money for that. But I think what those people need to understand is that sort of angstrom GAN XS or Imperium GTS3M is not marketed at them.
Well, but that's the value play isn't in the the value is saving you time.
Yeah.
Like people who have less money have more time, so that's the trade-off. You can set up your own puzzle. Yeah.
Got a question from Jason. Tips for 3x3 improvement. Sub 9/sub 8.
Oh boy, yeah, very difficult. I'm wishing you good luck on that. So, very challenging. Lots of practice.
Lots of practice. I think. Good luck.
Well, don't just do time solves all the time. Do a lot of untimed solves. I used to solve a lot, like, okay, not official recommendation, but I solved a lot during school, like during class. I did well in school though. So if you can't do that and do well, don't do it.
Do it one-handed while doing schoolwork.
No. I mean just like in between classes and like I don't know during class. Not an official recommendation. The point is that you just I don't know, do it while. Can I think of something? Just cube around, you know. Yeah. Don't cube in front of a timer. It's important to like, because I'm really into the artistic aspect of cubing, so.
So almost kind of solve for the love of the solving and not solve to reach a certain barrier or.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point you just start dreaming F2Ls, and then it's really fun.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that I've daydreamed about Tetris blocks during this stream.
Oh, bro, yeah, I'm actually past that stage now, which is pretty cool. And I was doing that as well.
I got a question from CCW Magic. Kind of answered this earlier. When making pairs on Mega, do you look for corners or edges first? I'm assuming if that's you don't see something, kind of as you're just solving.
You don't look for either one. You look for both. But I tend to look for corners first, because if you're solving like the yellow F2L block, then it's easier to find the yellow first, which will only be on the corner. So yeah, I definitely look for the corners first, but not really. I mean, both.
Got a question here from Tim. Should I improve my cross in F2L first before going to OLL and PLL? So I'm assuming they use four-look glass
yes.
layer?
Well, I don't know. I think, do you enjoy cross in F2L? If the answer is yes, do that. I think cubing is fun, and it's easy to lose sight of that. I mean, you do need to have some discipline to accomplish some of your bigger goals, but you'll improve a lot just by doing whatever you enjoy, because you'll do that forever, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think in this sort of almost competitive scene where, although the community is so great and motivates people and whatever, there's always a look at the time, and we kind of lose sight of, I guess, why we're all cubing. We're all cubing.
Yeah, well, that's a conscious decision. I mean, that's part of what I was trying to communicate in my most recent World video. Go watch it. That like, it's not about the official times. It's about like the community. It's about self-improvement. It's about enjoying the process.
Yeah,
you know, like I said, one of my favorite memories was, you know, solving next to Felix, doing chaotic solves, and it getting together. And it's just like, wow, that was crazy. The times don't matter. Like,
yeah, because I remember earlier I can't remember who it was on with, but I remember a comment was mentioned that kind of we go to competitions almost just to kind of create memories, and I think us as kind of content creators are quite lucky to almost be able to capture these memories on camera.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that. Like I learned this. So, you know, like I said before, these what's it called? The content at these big comps distracted me and gave me alternative purpose to actual competing. So at Nats 2019, I tried not doing any content creation, and it was my first time ever doing that at a big comp, and I struggled in 3x3. Like, I had too much pressure on myself because it was the only thing I was gonna get out of. I mean, other than the community, which is always there.
Yeah.
I think I learned an important lesson there. It's like the community first, but at that comp, I also did experience social like environments that I never got to experience before because I was always busy content creating. So, you know,
it's definitely interesting.
I think creating content is like, it's a sacrifice.
Yeah.
And sure, you get to share things that most people don't get to experience, which obviously I enjoy, but you also don't get to experience things. Because, like, say you're creating a video, you have to go back to your hotel room to offload the footage, edit, and get to sleep in time so that you're not dead tired for the final round the next day, you know?
Yeah, it's
don't get those late night hangouts.
It's definitely a two-way process.
Yeah.
Oh, we've just hit 12 hours. That is a bit
epic.
That is mental. I've got another question from CCW Magic, which you've kind of already answered earlier. For someone that uses full OLL and PLL, should I learn advanced F2L or stick to intuitive F2L? I know you've kind of mentioned
again.
that
This is not accurate. There's actually no difference between intuitive F2L and advanced F at the highest level. Intuitive F2L describes a method of learning advanced F2L, essentially. Because once you're really fast, you can't afford to be thinking. Obviously, it's all going to be algorithmic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you should always learn better F2L stuff. And do it both ways. Learn it by messing around, like I said, like during class, not an official recommendation. You know, look up algs, watch walkthrough solve. go to comps, watch people solve, and ask them. Like, I learned a lot of the stuff that I use today still from like just talking to Drew Brads at a random comp. Like, oh, check this out. Like, oh, well, that's cool. You know, it's like, it's at least for me, it's a lot easier to learn from other people than to like seek it out and learn it myself.
Yeah.
Just more natural. It's part of the experience. It's part of the value.
I think we've got time for a few more quick fire questions. So Jason asks, is color neutrality worth it?
I don't know.
I know you'd said in the past about ideally it would be, but for most people, you don't think so.
I think that's the case. For most people, it's not worth it because of the inspection sacrifice. I mean, you have to be really good at inspection for color neutrality to be worth it.
Yeah.
In most cases, on average.
Then we've got Alpha Cuber asking if you will ever come to a UK competition.
UK comp? Well, I mean, I don't know. I've only been to the UK one time in my whole life.
Let's make it to.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, right now it's not looking like I'll be able to my house, but you know, whenever it is possible to travel beyond my front doorstep, then maybe we will get out to UK. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's ever like if there's a world championship, yeah, I'll be there. If there's a European championship, I don't know, I'd probably be there too.
Nice.
UK, I don't know. I'd like to get out to the European comps because I've only been to Worlds 2017, so I'd like to get out to more of them.
Yeah, that would be good. We've got quick question from Rubik's_4. I'm sub 13 for 3x3. What's the next step? Well, obviously we can't go too much in depth.
Well, see, I think the next step is always practice, always analyze your own. You know.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated. Like I said before, like most people at my level don't actually know how to get to this level. A lot of it is just like, a lot of the talent is in not having to think about how to get better.
Yeah.
But I do think about it a lot. So, I don't know. It's unclear. Like, I'm really into practice technique. You know, I like to make some good YouTube videos. But is that actually why I got better? I don't know. Nobody can really explain how they synthesize the information.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one thing I heard from I was watching some chess streams the other day, and they were talking about how to play chess. They were like, well, I mean, it's clearly important to spend a lot of time on it and to consume a lot of information. And how you synthesize that information, well, I mean, that's going to be different for everyone. So, good luck, I guess.
So, I want to say a big thank you to Philip for coming on. Very much appreciate it. Guys, make sure to do !PL in chat to get a link to Philip's stream. Let's all go over and subscribe right now and make him hit 65k. I think Philip's got to go anyway. Almost perfect timing. So yeah, thanks again, Philip, for coming on.
Yeah, happy birthday. Congrats on the epic 12-hour stream.
Thank you.
Shout out to everyone in the chat. If you don't enjoy cubing, don't force yourself to. Take advantage of this time.
Definitely. Well, thanks again,
I
Philip.
hope you all are doing well. Okay. See you
See you,
later.
man. So yeah, that is us done. I want to say a big thank you to everyone involved. Let's just list everyone because you've all been so great. So we've had George Scully and Chris Mills on for 3x3 at 12 o'clock. Then we had Stephen Cairns. We didn't have Stephen Cairns actually. We had Bertie Longdon on for multi-blind at 1 PM. Then we had Harry Savage on at 2 p.m. Then we had Ben Stokes on at 3 p.m. David Lim on at 4 p.m. Jacob Chambers on at 5 p.m. Ellie J and Kieran Behan on at 6 p.m. Katie Davies on at 7 p.m. Cancra Solve on at 8 p.m. Jason Harley and Timon Kolizinski on at 9 p.m. Brandon Poulton and Brendan Valance on at 10 p.m. and Philip Lewicki / Laser Monkey on at 11 p.m. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has followed, everyone that's been a part of this, and everyone that's worked behind the scenes to help make it happen. And we will stand for the Russian national anthem. Long live the Soviet Union.
What a stream, happy birthday. Laughing face.
Thank you, Alistair, and thank you for the Twitch sub. So yeah, thank you all for kind of spending time with me on this special day. Without going, I guess I was gonna say without going too much in depth or without going too deep, but I think we've already kind of gone a bit deep with Philip earlier, so I don't mind going a bit deep as well. Kind of before cubing, I'd probably say I always felt like a bit of an outsider. I didn't really feel like I belonged anywhere, and I didn't really feel like I could be myself. I felt like there was always a bit of a kind of, I've got to be this certain way, I've got to act like this. But then since being part of the cubing community, I really feel like I've been able to be myself and really feel accepted for that. So yeah, on behalf of me, I just want to say a big thanks to you guys and the kind of cubing community as a whole for kind of, I guess, supporting me and supporting everyone, to feel like they do belong. I don't know if there would be another stream like this, and honestly I couldn't pick a favourite guest. We've had so many great people on. Yeah, I really don't know what to say. It's been a mental 12 hours, it's been a mental day, and it's not exactly how I thought I'd spend my 21st birthday, that's for sure, under lockdown. But thanks again to everyone for tuning in. I think we peaked at about 45 viewers, which is absolutely mental. Or we might have peaked more past that when we got the raid from Laser Monkey. And also I want to say thanks for the donation, Chris. And again, thanks for all the follows. My social media will be linked somewhere in chat. If you do !YouTube, you'll get a link to my YouTube. !giveaway. Make sure to take part in the giveaway. It closes today actually, because it's Monday now. So make sure to enter. We still need another 25 competitors. 25 entries to go and give away 2 gift cards, because I really want to give away 2. I don't want to just give away 1. So if you guys can enter, that would be good. But yeah, I think that's about us done. There's nothing else that I can think of. Big thanks again, and thanks to Kewbz UK for helping to make this possible. Yeah. So I'm going to head to bed because I am absolutely shattered, and I don't know about you guys, but it's been a long day. See you guys.